158. The little girl had already begun to look forward to the arrival of that day. Not only was she not afraid, but she was also filled with childish anticipation. She was waiting for her little martial uncle to step on his flying sword and land beside her from a faraway place, telling everyone that he was her little martial uncle. As for the danger that day, Li Baoping did not think much about it. After all, no matter how intelligent the little girl was, she could not imagine the sinister human heart that was not described in books. Even if she racked her little brain, she could not figure out the surging undercurrent and the cold murderous intention hidden behind the laurel belt. The inexperienced little girl simply chose to trust a person wholeheartedly. The reason why the old scholar who was sleeping soundly on the back of the young man chose to reveal the heaven's secret was probably because he cherished this hard-to-come-by innocence. Li Baoping reminded him softly, "Youngest uncle, if you can't win an argument or a fight, we can run away." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Of course, as long as you don't find it embarrassing." After that, Chen Pinggan took Li Baoping to several grocery stores and bought new boots for the three children. Chen Pinggan did not buy any for himself, not because he was stingy, but because he was not used to it. When he tried it on, he felt uncomfortable all over and could not even walk properly. In addition, he bought 2 sets of new clothes for each of the 3 children. He spent money like water. Chen Pinggan would be lying if he said that he did not feel distressed, but money had to be spent. Li Baoping still chose red clothes, not just because of the festive atmosphere. Chen Pinggan had heard the little girl complain a long time ago. It seemed that when they were young, a wandering Taoist passed by Fulu Street and read the fortune of the 3 Li Baoping brothers. When he read Li Baoping's horoscope, he mentioned that it was best for the little girl to wear red clothes in the future to avoid evil spirits. No matter how much the Li family doted on this little girl, there was no room for discussion on this matter. Although Li Baoping grew more and more depressed as she grew up, she still did as she was told. Last time at the courier station in Red Candle Town, she received 3 letters from her family. Without exception, her father, Li Shishing, and Li Baozhen all reminded the little girl not to change into other colors for novelty. The little girl often told Chen Pinggan in private that if she saw that stinky Taoist in the future, she must give him a beating. When they went shopping, the old scholar was still drunk and sleeping. Chen Pinggan could only carry him all the time. Fortunately, he was not heavy, probably less than 100 jin. Chen Pinggan really did not know how such an old scholar could hold so much knowledge in his stomach. On the way back to the autumn read-in, Li Baoping's bookcase was filled to the brim. However, after walking for thousands of miles, the little girl looked increasingly tanned and thin, but she was still very sturdy. Her strength and spirit were very good. Chen Pinggan was not worried that this little weight would hurt Li Baoping's body. When they arrived at the flowing clouds and water alley, it was still a mysterious scene of clouds and mist. Chen Pinggan had seen it many times, but he still felt that it was incredible. The painting that the blind Taoist gave him before he left, although the painting on it was very strange, it was not as shocking as seeing it in person. When they arrived at the entrance of the inn, which was engraved with 2 tall painted door gods, the old man suddenly woke up. The moment his feet touched the ground, the bag appeared on his back and he held a silver ingot in his hand. The old scholar looked at the 2 people who were at a loss and said with a smile, "All good things must come to an end. I still have a lot of places to go and I need to go to the west. I can't stay here any longer." The old scholar slowly said, "Chen Pinggan, what about that half of Kuidong? Although it is not complete, it is more or less clear. In the future, I will leave him to you. Teaching by word and example is more important than teaching by words. This is also the reason why I put him by your side." Li Baoping frowned and said, "That guy called Kuidong is a big bad guy. Alas, why do you always protect him?" "I have no choice." The old scholar was helpless and explained patiently with a smile, "I have already removed the inhibition on him. If next time you still think that he should be killed, then you don't have to care about what this terrible old man thinks. Do what you need to do. The reason why I am so partial to him is because he went down the wrong path. Most of it was because I taught Kuidong wrong in the past. I should not have denied it so decisively and caused Kuidong to misunderstand that I came to an arbitrary conclusion. The old man looked tired and said in a low voice, "What's more, I was really unhappy at the time. There was a fight that I had to win, so I didn't have time to explain the reasons to him and help him deduce the future bit by bit. So that's what happened later. In a fit of anger, this kid simply betrayed his master, leaving behind a big mess. Mahjong was one of them. Moreover, the new path that he chose, if he can take every step steadily, there is indeed hope that he will benefit the world for hundreds or thousands of years. Perhaps he can add another incense stick to our Confucian orthodoxy. These are both a great cause for 1,000 years but also nonsense. When you have the chance in the future, you may also encounter such nonsense. When that time comes, don't learn from me. Think more and don't rush to make a decision. You must be patient, especially when it comes to the people around you. Don't be blind under the light, otherwise you will be very sad." Speaking of this, the old man touched Chen Pingan's head with his dry and thin palm, and then rubbed Li Baoping's little head. "You too, don't always think about growing up quickly. If you really grow up, there will be more and more things that are beyond your control, and few friends will always be by your side. The newer the clothes and boots, the better, but the older the friends, the better. But when you get old, you will die of old age one day." Li Baoping asked. Lin Shuyi said that the immortals on the mountain like Qi trainers can live for 100 or even 1,000 years if they succeed in their cultivation. The old man asked with a smile, "What about 100 years later?" Li Baoping asked tentatively, "Then I will go first." The old man was amused by the little girl's innocence and couldn't help laughing. Then on the other hand, "Little Baoping, you are such a good girl. If one day you are no longer in the world, how sad will your friends be? Anyway, this old man will be so sad that he will cry loudly. At that time, I won't even be able to drink wine." Li Baoping was suddenly enlightened, and nodded her head like a little chick pecking rice. "Yes, yes, yes, no one can die." The old elementary scholar stretched out his hand and handed over the silver ingot. Chen Pingan looked at it and asked, "Is this worm silver?" "Kui Dong has one." The old elementary scholar shook his head and smiled. "That little thing, only the young Kui Dong would be interested in it and find it interesting. If it was the old Kui Dong, he would be too lazy to take a second look at it. This thing that looks like a silver ingot is actually an ownerless sword embryo. Compared to the one that Kui Dong hid in the Fengsuan item, its grade is much higher. The key is that it has a deep history. If you have the chance to go to the central divine continent in the future, you must bring it to Sui Mountain. Who knows, you might even be able to drink some guy's good wine. Sui Mountain's Huagua wine is the best in the world." The old elementary scholar gave him a thumbs up. Even an immortal would be drunk. Chen Pingan took the silver ingot. The old elementary scholar joked, "Oh, you were unwilling to be my disciple before. I said that you would not agree even if I talked until my lips were cracked. Why did you accept it now?" Chen Pingan said awkwardly, "I felt that if I rejected your kindness again, it would hurt your feelings." Li Baoping whispered, "Master Wensheng, it's because this thing looks like silver. How can junior uncle not like it?" Chen Pingan knocked her with a chestnut. Li Baoping held her head and did not dare to say anything. The old elementary scholar laughed. "Little Baoping, next time we meet, don't call me Master Wensheng. You are Qi Jingquan's disciple, and I am Qi Jingquan's teacher. What should you call me?" Li Baoping was stunned. "Grandmaster? Grandmaster?" The old elementary scholar smiled and nodded. "That's right. You can call me either way, as long as you like." The little girl hurriedly bowed with her hands clasped in front of her chest. However, she forgot that she was carrying a heavy box on her back. Li Baoping lost her balance and almost fell flat on her face. Chen Pingan hurriedly helped her carry the small box. The old elementary scholar straightened his back and did not move, calmly accepting the gift. The elementary scholar shook the bag on his back and sighed. "The sword embryo is called Little Fengdu. Don't worry and accept it. The karma of the sword embryo has long been completely cut off. As for how to use it, it is very simple. As long as you put your heart into it, everything will be fine when you reach the bridge and it will automatically recognize you as its master. If you don't put your heart into it, even if you hold it for 10,000 years, it will not wake up. Chen Pinggan carefully put it away. The old elementary scholar nodded. Let's go. The old elementary scholar turned and left. Li Baoping asked doubtfully, Grandmaster? The old elementary scholar turned his head and asked with a smile, What's wrong? The little girl pointed to the sky. Grandmaster, didn't you say you were going to go a long way? Why didn't you just disappear with a whoosh? The old elementary scholar could not help but smile. He nodded his head and disappeared with a whoosh. Chen Pinggan and Li Baoping raised their heads at the same time and looked at the sky. The old elementary scholar's figure had long disappeared. But in fact, there was an old elementary scholar at the end of the street in the Flowing Clouds alley. He turned his head and looked at the entrance of the Autumn Read Inn before slowly walking away. Returning to the courtyard, the tall woman was sitting on a stone bench. She was looking up at the sky with a gentle smile on her face. Yu Lu and Xie Xie were in the same courtyard, but they didn't know about the existence of this sword spirit. Every time she appeared, she would isolate the aura between them, so that the young man and woman couldn't see or hear, and they couldn't sense her at all. Li Baoping greeted them and went into the house to put away her things. Chen Pinggan sat beside the sword spirit. The tall woman stretched out her hand and the old sword that had been hanging under the bridge for countless years appeared in her hand. She went straight to the point and said, Since things have changed, I will make appropriate changes. Originally, we made a promise of 100 years. Now, it is still the same. But I will speed up the process of sharpening the sword and strive to restore it to its original appearance within 60 years. This means that your dragon beheading platform will not be enough, not enough at all. Chen Pinggan was confused. The small dragon beheading platform that suddenly appeared in his courtyard should have been carried to the blacksmith's shop. She smiled and said, Do you remember that time when you were sitting on the bridge and dreaming, you fell into the stream with the basket on your back? At that time, I actually took away the dragon beheading platform. After that, you thought it was a stone from the dragon beheading platform, but it was just an ordinary stone that I used to deceive you. Well, it is not accurate to say that it is an ordinary stone. It should be a piece of snake gall stone of the best quality. It is enough to turn a small reptile into a big reptile. In order to reduce the time from 100 years to about 60 years, I have to use at least the large dragon beheading platform in the deep mountains. Maybe I can't use the entire stone cliff, but I definitely can't run away from most of it. But you don't have to worry. I have my own ways to deceive you. If I really can't do it, I can just give it to the military cultivators of the Wind Snow Temple or Zhenwu Mountain. They will not think that it is a bad deal. Maybe they will cry with joy and hug each other and cry. Chen Pinggan was stunned and speechless. It was as if he had just heard a book from heaven. She stretched out her hand to the sky, and the snow-white lotus leaf appeared in her palm. Because of Swan Shotsai, and because your sword was a little unusual, the lotus leaf can't hold on for too long. This is also one of the reasons why I am in a hurry to go back. Also, Shotsai promised me that he would not implicate you because of Kuidong. He will first go to the Chen family of Yingyan and reason with them before going to the west. So next, as he said, you just need to take those children to study peacefully. With such a bad guy like Kuidong and Yu Lu, who is at the 6th realm of martial arts, by your side to protect you, I believe that even if you lose your sword chi, you will still be able to turn misfortunes into blessings. She looked a little worried. But after arriving at the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, in the next 60 years, I will need to draw a circle and not leave easily. Otherwise, all my efforts will be in vain. You have to ensure that you don't die and that your state continues to grow. It will be a little troublesome. Chen Pinggan said, Alliance once said unintentionally that no matter if you are a martial artist or a chi cultivator, once you reach the 3rd realm of cultivation, you can try to travel a country alone. As long as you don't court death, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. When you reach the 5th or 6th realm, you can walk on the map of half the continent. The premise is that you don't join in the fun and don't go to those famous dangerous places. Also, don't be hot-blooded and think that you can be chivalrous no matter what you encounter, or slay demons and devils. Then you will be safe and sound. If you meet with an unexpected accident and die because of it, then you can only blame your bad luck. With such a bad fate, staying at home is also not safe, so whether you go out or not, The result is more or less the same. She nodded and said with relief, "It's best that you can think this way. You should be so. If you are timid, you will never achieve anything in your cultivation." She suddenly narrowed her eyes and asked playfully, "Until now, when I am about to leave, why don't you ask me how I can help you prolong your life and solve the future problems? Since we share the same weal and woe, aren't you curious why I don't help you repair the bridge of longevity and let you smoothly embark on the road of cultivation? Logically speaking, this is not an unreasonable request, is it?" Chen Pinggan said frankly, "Last night before I went to bed, I wanted to get up and ask these questions, but then I held back." The sword spirit asked, "Why?" Chen Pinggan said with a serious face, "It's not that I am embarrassed to ask. In order to survive, I will not be embarrassed even if I am thin-skinned. It's just that I have always believed in old man Yao, who was half my master at that time, and I believe in something he said." The sword spirit interrupted the teenager's words and nodded, "I know. I saw and heard in the scene shown by the flowing water of time. It's a very interesting sentence." She then became a little annoyed and stood up with the lotus leaf umbrella. "Do you know why there is a saying in the human world, disfigurement? It is indeed true, but the disfigurement of ordinary people is in the theory of life. Even changing one's name is within the big rules, so it doesn't get in the way. But if it involves the bridge of longevity, the changes in the many chi-fu acupoints in the body are a big deal. Cultivation is an action that goes against the current. To put it bluntly, it goes against the way of heaven. The so-called Tao of Qi cultivators is actually to prove their own great Tao, to be able to make the way of heaven bow its head. Heaven wants me to be born, grow old, get sick, and die, but I want to cultivate the golden body of purity, live a long life, and enjoy eternal freedom. I want heaven to pinch its nose and admit that it has a long life. Think about it, how difficult is that? If it is easy to build the bridge of longevity, those immortal families on the mountain, as long as the ancestors do it, won't it be easy for them to have all their descendants become immortals? Because the human meridians, chi-fu, and blood are the most mysterious existence in the world. You should know that the Taoist school advocates the big and small worlds inside and outside the world. This small world refers to the human body and spirit. Apart from implying that the human body is a natural paradise, the bridge of longevity is a bridge that connects the two worlds. Therefore, it is really as difficult as ascending to heaven. It is not that no one can do it, but the price to pay is very high. The requirements for the people who build the bridge are extremely high, and it is limited to the great Qi cultivators of schools such as the School of Yin-Yang and the School of Medicine. This is also one of the reasons why these schools of thought are not good at killing, but still stand tall. Seeing that the teenager's eyes were a little disappointed but not depressed, the sword spirit was relieved. He smiled mischievously and said, "Now, no matter what, little Pinggan, you should first temper your body and lay a good foundation. Otherwise, in the future, when I have sharpened the sword, it will be too embarrassing if you can't even lift the sword. Don't think that it is easy to lift the sword." In Scholar Sauer's painting of mountains and rivers, he gave you the illusion of a 10th realm cultivator. The body of an ordinary 9th realm cultivator may not be comparable to that of a 5th or 6th realm cultivator, but the 10th realm cultivators who are determined to break through the threshold are not idiots who would dare to underestimate the tempering of the body. Most of them will rely on the hard work of tempering their body and spirit in this realm to become more diligent than a pure martial artist. Bit by bit, they will polish their body and spirit, not allowing the slightest flaw. Therefore, this has created the interesting situation where the 10th realm Qi cultivators in the world are all old turtles in the water. Chen Pinggan remembered all these words firmly in his heart. The woman in white stood in the courtyard and said with a smile, "Little Pinggan, you must wait for me for 60 years. Also, when the time comes, don't become a white-haired old man. It is really a killjoy. Be careful that I don't recognize you as my master." Chen Pinggan stood up and was about to speak. She had already walked towards him. She stretched out her hand and made a gesture of wanting to high-five him as an oath. Chen Pinggan quickly raised his hand high. However, in the end, their palms passed each other in the air. The woman in white had already disappeared and left. Chen Pinggan sat back in his original position. Suddenly, He slapped his head and remembered the scholar-wood sword. He had forgotten to ask her and old Mr. Wen Sheng about the identity of the golden-clothed girl hiding in the wooden sword. Kui Dong was drinking tea in a secret room of the Autumn Reed Inn. The second-in-command of the inn, Liu Jiahui, the famous Madame Liu among the upper echelons of the prefecture city, was like a lowly servant girl. She carefully observed his expression and carefully sized up this dally imperial tutor who had revealed his identity. The Purple Sun Manor that she was in was originally a chess piece of the Huangting country that had been roped in by the great Li. This alliance was personally approved by the founding master, who rarely showed himself. Thus, everyone in the Purple Sun Manor naturally did not dare to be careless. Especially for people like Liu Jiahui who believed that they had no hope of reaching the Great Tao, they would be particularly concerned about symbols of secular power such as the imperial court and the government. Although the Huangting country's Hong family had always followed the ancestral system to give preferential treatment to immortals, it was a pity that a small Huangting country could make the deeply involved Lingyun sect be dead set on it. But there was no way to make sects like the Xiang prefecture pledge their loyalty. Because the pond was too small, the dragon under the water wanted to have a wider territory. The Xiang prefecture was more ambitious than the Crouching Dragon Temple that only wanted the word palace. Liu Jiahui was not stupid enough to be willing to believe the handsome young man with a mole between his eyebrows. There was only one reason. The green-robed man standing beside the young man acted more like a servant than she did. Liu Jiahui could not think of anyone in Huangting country who could make this vicious and merciless Hansha river god be willing to be a servant. After Kui Dong casually asked about the internal situation of the Xiang prefecture, he suddenly smiled and asked, Wei Li, this county governor, is Madame Liu's lover, right? In the future, he will most likely become Dallas Obstacle. If I want you to kill him personally today, would Madame be willing to do it? Liu Jiahui's mind was blank and her body was tense. Kui Dong chuckled and said, Look at how scared you are. Am I the kind of person who would break up a couple? Liu Jiahui lifted her gaze slightly. She saw the white-robed young man nodding his head and smiling. Yes, I am that kind of person. Liu Jiahui wanted to cry but had no tears. Her face was pale. The young man waved his hand and said understandingly, However, it's too cruel for you to kill him personally. Moreover, the Xiang prefecture is now allied with Dali. I won't make things difficult for Madame Liu, who has been managing this family business conscientiously. The water god behind me has a normal relationship with Lord Wei. Let him kill him. Liu Jiahui tried her best to hold back the tears that were about to burst out of her eyes. She lowered her head and said in a trembling voice, Lord Imperial Tutor, if Wei Li really wants to die, I'll kill him. There's no need for the water god to do it. Kui Shi sighed as if he was bemoaning the state of the universe and mankind. He muttered to himself, if that's the case, Madame Liu must have a grudge against me and the Li dynasty. Why don't we do this? After you kill your lover, I'll let the water god kill you. At the very least, you can be a pair of dying mandarin ducks. The flirtatious woman raised her head. Her seductive peach blossom eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if she wanted to destroy both the jade and the common stone. The green-robed man took a step forward and sneered. In his eyes, Liu Jiahui and the others were no different from ants who overestimated themselves. The woman suddenly woke up and took a few steps back. Kui Dong, who was sitting cross-legged on the chair, pinched the lid of the cup and gently fanned the tea mist. The fragrance assailed his nose. He closed his eyes and sniffed in an intoxicated manner. Then, he slowly opened his eyes and stared at the woman who was fighting in her heart. Kui Dong smiled and clicked his tongue. All living beings are bitter. Love is the most important. On account of this good cup of tea, I'll let Wei Li off. Really, I'm not lying to you. The woman's body went limp and she almost fell. She mustered her last bit of courage and asked timidly, Lord Imperial Tutor, are you really not lying to me? Kui Dong could not help but laugh. What's the point of lying to you? Of course, Liu Jiahui did not dare to believe it. The originally astute woman suddenly lost her soul. Kui Dong said unhappily, Okay, go out. In the future, remember to keep an eye on Wei Li, don't let him do anything stupid. In the future, Whether or not you can become Dallas' wife and whether or not Wei Li can soar in Dallas officialdom will all depend on you, Liu Jiahui's ability. In this way, Liu Jiahui understood. Otherwise, she really would not be able to catch up with the Dali imperial tutor's wild and unconstrained ideas. The feeling of fear had already seeped into her bones. Not only was she afraid of an unpredictable and seemingly weak young man, but she was afraid of the invincible Dali army. She was afraid of the Dali imperial tutor who was second only to one person. When she thought of their first meeting, the woman only felt that it was a big joke. She even accepted 2,000 taels of silver from him without any qualms. That was probably the hottest silver in the world. Kui Dong saw that she was still stunned and said coldly, "Get out." The woman quickly said goodbye and left. When the woman left the secret room, the man in green robe asked, "Imperial tutor, are you really not going to kill Wei Li?" Kui Dong had a smirk on his face. "Guess." The man in green robe had a headache. He smiled bitterly and said, "I really can't guess what Imperial tutor is thinking. Anyway, I just follow orders." Kui Dong drank a big mouthful of tea and then covered the teacup and put it on the table. He slowly told the truth. "I'm not going to kill him. Wei Li and that he bow under you are talents that I, Dali, am willing to use in the future." The man in green robe was really caught off guard this time. Use Wei Li? Why was this so? How could a fourth-grade local official of Huangting country with no family background enter the eyes of the imperial tutor of Dali? Kui Sha ignored the doubts of the water god of Hansha River, lightly tapped on the table with a finger and said, "Next, isn't the autumn harvest coming soon? Your great water mansion will follow the old methods that practice makes perfect, make some accidents happen in this county, make some tragedies that the people can't make a living. When the resentment of the people is about to boil, give Liu Jiahui a chance to pass a message to Wei Li, saying that you, the water god, have promised to help him settle the situation. Yes, Wei Li will definitely be suspicious. It doesn't matter, you can pretend to ask him for money, and have him go to the Ministry of Rights to ask for a horizontal board. In this way, even if he still has doubts, for the sake of the people in his territory, he will still nod his head and agree. Then, until the Great Li army is about to march south, you will continue to tease Wei Li like this. When the Great Li army is about to reach the city, when Wei Li is determined to defend the county to his death, you can spread the news that Wei Li colluded with your great water mansion, and deliberately walked step by step to this high position for the sake of reputation. When the time comes, I want to see how many of the 200,000 people in the city will not scold Wei Li for being worse than a pig or a dog and how many people close to him will still believe him. The green-robed man carefully asked, "This is?" Kui Dong rolled his eyes and said, "Can't you see? I want Wei Li to live a life worse than death. It's not that I want to criticize you, but you are not much smarter than Liu Jiahui." The dignified Hansha River water god humbly asked for advice like a young child. "I sincerely request Imperial Tutor Daran to give me pointers." Kui Dong languid curled up in the chair. "Do you know what a true scholar can't stand the most? It's not becoming an official but encountering a bastard and incapable ruler. They have no choice but to speak up for the country and the people, not hesitating to die to remonstrate with the ruler. Then they are beheaded because they have a clear conscience and might even leave their names in history. It's not even being unable to turn the tide when the mountains and rivers are shattered and they can only watch helplessly as their home and country are destroyed. Because even so, they can escape and leave the world. Or they can write some poems of grief and indignation. The thing that is truly unacceptable is..." The white-clothed youth shook his head. "It's Wei Li and the other true scholars. As disciples of Confucianism, for the so-called world peace, they resolutely entered the world. They climbed up in the officialdom and were covered in scars. But in the end, they gave the most effort to this world and the most goodwill. But in the end, they did not receive the same amount of goodwill. Instead, they received malice. What he truly wanted, he did not receive a bit, not even a little bit. Let's not talk about the people betraying him. Let's not talk about him letting down the people of his country. In fact, everyone has let him down. Yes, I just want Wei Li to have a taste of this." The green-robed man sighed. "Putting yourself in his shoes and thinking about it, it's indeed a life worse than death." He quickly remembered that woman who was deeply in love and sighed. If Wei Li knew about the inside story of today's secret room, he would definitely hope that Liu Jiahui would agree to personally kill him today. Kui Dong covered the teacup with his hand and said expressionlessly, "After Wei Li is in complete despair, at an appropriate time, I will let him know. Because at that time, Liu Jiahui will choose to commit suicide. She will write a suicide note and tell him the whole truth. She will say that she is actually an honored guest of the Great Water Residence and is Dallas' spy. She will say that she feels guilty and that she has let down Wei Li. In the end, she will probably say that she loves Wei Li very much." At this moment, the green-robed man, as the righteous god of mountains and rivers, actually felt his hair stand on end. A chill ran down his spine. Wei Li is a good seedling. Who knows, he might be one of my favorite disciples in the future. So don't just watch him make a fool of himself. At that time, if he is really determined to commit suicide, you must stop him. Kui Dong smiled and stood up. He turned his head to look at the stiff-faced Hansha river god and joked, "Also, what are you afraid of? You have a good father." After hearing this, the green-robed man's mood was extremely complicated. Kui Dong stood on tiptoe and patted his shoulder. He smiled and comforted him, "In the depths of your heart, there is killing intent. You may not even know it yourself. But it doesn't matter. You and your father are just slightly bigger ants to me, Kui Dong. Your joys and sorrows, hatred and respect, when I am in a good mood, I will take care of them and help to comfort them. When I am in a bad mood, you must know that in ancient Shu, there is a kind of rare dragon that likes to eat its own kind. I will." The handsome young man's eyes, without any warning, appeared a strange golden color. It stood erect in his pupils. He used an extremely soft voice and with an innocent face, he added, "Eat you all." The green-robed man did not move at all. But his Adam's apple moved slightly. This time, he was really sweating. Kui Dong's tiptoe landed back on the ground. He smiled and said, "Look at how scared you are. Go back to your Great Water Residence. In the future, you will be the same as Wei Li. You will be our Dallas distinguished guest. Don't be afraid." The green-robed man did not move even if he was beaten to death. He also did not speak. He had made up his mind to stand in the same place. Previously, Liu Jiahui was rewarded by this guy with the words, "Look at how scared you are." It seemed like the result was frightening without any danger. But in reality, then when he heard this sentence, "Look at how scared you are," it was just a difference of one word. What was the difference? Kui Dong pretended to be enlightened and said apologetically, "You really thought too much this time." The green-robed man only raised his arm and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Kui Dong thought for a moment. He turned around and picked up the teacup. After drinking the last bit of tea, he thought for a moment and put down the teacup. He said softly, "In the future, with the help of your father and I, if you can successfully eat that half in the future and be tightly bound to the throne of Dali, I believe you can completely relax. You should also know that in this matter, which is almost more important than the Great Tao, your father does not have a natural advantage like you. It is the same for me. At that time, you will be qualified to be on equal footing with me." The green-robed man was stunned on the spot. Then, he lowered his head and cupped his fists. His eyes were burning. He did not say a word because everything was understood without words. Kui Dong waved his hand to drive him away. "Get out." The green-robed man was overjoyed as if he had been granted amnesty. His entire body turned into a cloud of light green mist and whistled away. Kui Dong put his hands behind his back and closed his eyes. In the spacious and luxurious secret room, he repeatedly paced in a circle. Finally, Kui Dong raised his head and looked straight at a wall, as if he wanted to see a place far away. "Old man, you're finally gone." Kui Dong narrowed his eyes and smiled. He strode out of the secret room. When Kui Dong tiptoed back to the courtyard, there was still some complacency between his eyebrows. So what if he lost his cultivation? Wasn't he still playing those idiots in the palm of his hand? In the courtyard, Chen Pinggan was asking Li Baoping about the construction of the Tomb of the Rich and what to pay attention to. Because Chen Pinggan had always thought that when he was rich in the future, he would build a small tomb that did not even have a tombstone as well as a better one. Now that he was not far from the Great Sui Kingdom, It meant that he would soon embark on the journey back home. When he returned home, this would be the first thing he would do. Although Chen Pingan would bring a handful of soil every time he went into and out of the mountains to add soil to his parents' tombstones, this old tradition passed down by the older generation of porcelain burners was not as reassuring as building a better tomb. During this trip, Chen Pingan learned a lot of things that he did not know before, such as the saying that death is like life. This made Chen Pingan feel even more guilty. Li Baoping did not know much. She gave him a rough explanation and then said that she would send a letter to her brother to ask about it. Chen Pingan did not say much. Anyway, as long as he had money in his pocket, it was easy to solve. The big problems in the past were no longer a problem. Chen Pingan inadvertently remembered something and asked the little girl how to write the character Kui Dong's Fu. Li Baoping knew about it, so she wrote it down on the stone table with her finger. Chen Pingan sighed casually. It's so difficult to write. Not far behind, Kui Dong was sweating profusely. He only felt that he had just done a little bad thing. Wasn't retribution coming too quickly? Didn't the old scholar just get out of here? Chen Pingan, this bastard, was even more ruthless than him. Was he going to spend money to build a tomb and write a tombstone for him? Chen Pingan turned his head and saw the young man in white standing there, dumbstruck. Kui Dong was so scared that he turned and ran. He hurriedly found the frightened Liu Jiahui and pulled her to a secluded place. He tried to be as pleasant as possible and said, "Mrs. Liu, I just thought of something. You have to be kind to others. As long as you are loyal to me, Dali, I promise you and Wei Li will live happily in the future. You will have many children and grandchildren." Kui Dong turned and left with satisfaction. He waved his hand and did not look at the woman who was so scared that she fell to her knees. He scolded, "It's up to you to believe it or not. You are happy to hear lies, but you don't believe the truth. Anyway, you and Wei Li have hit the jackpot this time. In the future, you can love each other as much as you want. I wish the two of you a long life together." Kui Dong sneaked back to the courtyard and saw Chen Pingan, this vicious guy, sitting alone on a stone bench. He was using the dragon beheading platform to sharpen the blade with the auspicious symbol. Kui Dong's face turned pale. He said in a daze, "What? You want me to spare the Great Water residents? That's not necessary. No, this kind of thing can't be changed even if you beat me to death. It's just a casual thing and it depends on my mood. How can I change my original intention and layout when it involves Dallas hegemony?" Chen Pingan turned his head and asked with a frown, "You've been sneaking around outside twice. What are you doing?" Kui Dong pointed at the narrow blade in Chen Pingan's hand. "What's this for?" "Sharpening the blade, it's so scary." Chen Pingan said in a bad mood, "You just need to know your place. We won't interfere with each other's business." If these words came from someone like himself, Kui Dong wouldn't believe it. But if it came from Chen Pingan's mouth, Kui Dong would certainly believe it without a doubt. At first, his footsteps were still a little erratic, but he walked faster and faster, more and more relaxed. Finally, he jogged to the stone table and leaned on it. He lowered his voice and said, "Teacher, I just did a good thing to fulfill someone's wish. It's absolutely true. Do you believe it?" Chen Pingan raised his head and looked seriously at this guy's eyes. Finally, he nodded. At this moment, Kuisha was so moved that tears almost filled his eyes. It could be imagined that this trip out of isolation was full of disasters for the young Kui Dong. Kui Dong said with a flattering smile, "Teacher, why don't I help you sharpen the blade? As a disciple, you're always so idle and don't do your job. I can't sleep and eat well." Chen Pingan glanced at him. Scram. Kuisha put on an act and sighed heavily. Then he straightened his back and bowed respectfully with his hands clasped in front of him. Only then did he bid farewell and turn around before swaggering back to his room while whistling. He was in a great mood. Chen Pingan looked at the guy's handsome back and was a little confused. Was it because he stayed in the well for too long that water entered his brain? 159. After staying at Autumn Read-In for 3 days, Lin Shuyi finally said that there was no point in staying any longer as he could no longer absorb too much spiritual energy. For some reason, every time he breathed in the pavilion for a long time, he would feel a sharp chi emitted by a sharp weapon. His body and spirit could not withstand it. Lin Shuyi rarely joked and asked Chen Pinggan to go to the bottom of the well to see if there were any treasures. Chen Pinggan roughly guessed the truth. It must be because of his fight with Kui Dong. The 2 strands of sword chi that left the chi residence had damaged the landscape of the ruins of the old city god. As it involved the sword spirit, Chen Pinggan could not say much. He could only take a few more glances at Kui Dong before leaving the inn. The latter had been in a good mood for the past 2 days and walked with a swagger. After Chen Pinggan glanced at him, he immediately became more well-behaved. Kui Dong was a little confused and began to reflect on what bad things he had done to deserve retribution. When the group left the inn, there was someone preparing to stay at Autumn Reed Inn. Kui Dong looked straight ahead, but Li Baoping and the other 2 children were surprised. It turned out that it was the old assistant minister of Huangting Kingdom. He had brought his family and servants all the way to the county capital. There were 3 carriages parked in the alley outside the inn. Seeing an old friend in a foreign land, the old assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue laughed heartily, especially when he saw that Li Baoping, Li Huai and the other children had changed their straw sandals into boots and wore new clothes. They were full of vitality. The old man was even more gratified and had to send them out of the city. Among the family of the old assistant minister, there was a graceful woman in simple clothes and a dignified man in a green robe. They were the most eye-catching. The old man introduced them as his eldest daughter and youngest son. He said that they were not good at studying and that it was an extravagant hope to rely on his children to bring honor to the family. Listening to his father's complaints in front of outsiders, the green-robed man remained expressionless. The mature woman smiled as she looked at the young boys, girls, and children. Finally, she fixed her eyes on Yu Lu. The woman's smile became even wider, as if she had accidentally found the most delicious delicacy. The woman coughed uncontrollably and quickly lowered her head. She raised her sleeve to cover her scarlet lips and coughed dryly twice. Inside the wide sleeves, the real scene was a woman secretly swallowing her saliva and licking her lips. Chen Pinggan frowned. The tall youth who acted as the coachman smiled as usual and turned to look at Kui Dong. "Young master, when shall we leave?" Kui Dong said indifferently, "Let's go." The old assistant minister laughed heartily and said, "My old body has caught a cold before, and I really can't stand the wind and the sun. Let's sit in the same carriage as young Master Kui, and I can ask young Master Kui about the cliff carvings. The 2 of you, follow behind. If you don't want to walk out of the city, it's up to you whether you want to take the carriage or not." The 2 carriages drove out of the flowing cloud alley. In the carriage in front, Kui Dong and the old assistant minister sat opposite each other. The atmosphere was heavy. The old man who appeared to be the assistant minister of Huangting country cupped his fists and said, "I came uninvited this time. I hope Lord Imperial Tutor can forgive me." The youth in white with a cinnabar dot between his eyebrows rubbed the jade pendant on his waist with 2 fingers. He stared at the old man impolitely and his words were even more offensive. "Did that little bastard of yours instigate you to come and find out? Do you want to see if I have the ability to kill you and your father?" The old man who went to the Milky Way drunk that night was not angry. He looked amiable and said, "Lord Imperial Tutor, my youngest son is not very capable, but he has a lot of little tricks. This time, he is really scared and happy, and lost his composure. That's why he informed me, hoping that I could help him come up with a plan on how to cooperate with the Imperial Tutor and Dali. How can this be considered as testing? Lord Imperial Tutor, you misunderstood and overestimated my youngest son." Kui Dong shook his head and said, "I don't care about what you think, I only care about how you do it and the final result. So, since that little bastard broke my rules first, I naturally have a way to teach him a lesson. As his father, if you're not convinced and intend to break the alliance and not be the Hill Master of the new Academy of Mount Paddingcloud, we can slowly calculate all of this. Let's see who's stronger and who's stronger." Old Dragon, who was disguised as the old assistant minister, had a gloomy expression. "Lord Imperial Tutor, why do you have to be so overbearing? My youngest son's actions may have crossed the line, but to the Imperial Tutor who holds great power, isn't the big picture more important? Don't tell me that I don't deserve the Imperial tutor's forgiveness and accommodation. You fellows who treat mutual deception as your spare time might think that this kind of probing is normal. I used to be like this, but the situation is different now. Kui Dong narrowed his eyes. My teacher has just taught me a principle. Sometimes, you can't take a single step out, otherwise you'll be beaten. Kui Dong leaned forward and looked at the old man's gloomy face. He sneered and said, "Do you really think you're qualified to ride in the same carriage as me? Then, do you know that your original body, the old, thin, and small flood dragon on the Crouching Dragon Temple's inkstone, is now in my hands?" The old man smiled bitterly. "Lord Imperial Tutor, why do you have to do this? Even if there are some small disputes between allies, there's no need for the foundation of the Great Tao, right?" The old man restrained his expression and his eyes revealed a cold cruelty. This was originally a good thing, but Lord Imperial Tutor, aren't you afraid of a life and death struggle? Both sides will end up with nothing. Kui Dong stared at the old man's eyes that had yet to remove the camouflage. His words became more and more aggressive, but his tone was extremely calm. It was like the world's widest river, and his skills were all under the water. You don't deserve to talk to me about your principles. You have to use your heart to figure out my principles, understand? Next, I'll use the ancient thunder technique to strike the sleeping old dragon on the inkstone, which is your original body, until I've broken your 300 years of cultivation. So, you see, I don't even need to care about your little bastard. In the end, you'll naturally vent your anger on him. The old flood dragon's eyes were filled with killing intent. He shouted, "Kui Dong, don't you go too far." Kuisha laughed loudly and said, "Going too far? Are you even human, you old reptile? Your family isn't human. Look at you, and look at your little bastard son. You still want to bring honor to your family? Especially that Purple Sun Mansion's founder outside. When he saw you Lu with his dense dragon aura, he probably couldn't even walk, right? With a family like yours, even if I dare to support you to a very high place, will you be able to stand firm?" Kui Dong stretched out 2 fingers and waved them in front of himself. "You can't." Without waiting for the old flood dragon to speak, Kui Dong pointed out the window. "Get out. Looking at you will dirty my eyes. Within 3 days, if I don't receive a satisfactory answer, I won't give you any reply. At that time, you can come and kill me." The old flood dragon was silent for a long time. Finally, he bowed and retreated. From the beginning to the end, Kui Dong's heart didn't have any ripples. As for the cowardice inside, it was even more impossible. When the carriage stopped for a moment and continued forward, Kui Dong closed his eyes and was in high spirits. The corner of Kui Dong's mouth curled up as he muttered, 3. Inside the carriage, a cool breeze blew without warning. The young man was wearing a white robe with large sleeves. The surface of his robe was like a flowing stream. On the side of the road, after seeing the old man leave the carriage, he chatted with the children for a while and stayed behind to watch the group leave the county city. The green-robed man and the graceful woman walked down from the carriage behind. They were somewhat puzzled. The old man kept looking at the carriage. In the end, the old man withdrew his gaze. Not only did he not find any flaws, but he also saw an unimaginably terrifying scene. Jumping realms. The old man turned his head to look at the woman and son. He said with a smile, "Only one is missing. It can be considered a small family reunion. Father is very happy." As the daughter of the founder of the Purple Sun Prefecture, her intuition was clearly sharper. As a flood dragon, it was probably because of the word lake that she was born with an innate ability to spy on the movements of other types of heart lakes. She had already noticed that there was something wrong with the old flood dragon's state of mind. Without any hesitation, she rose from the ground and turned into a beam of light, wanting to escape the prefecture city. However, she had forgotten that the difference between her and her father was not just in terms of seniority. The old man was obviously furious. He didn't care whether the county city would be affected or not. Moreover, not to mention a small county city, even the entire Yellow Court country didn't have the qualifications to talk about crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There were a few small cats and snakes, but how could they make the old flood dragon look at them in a new light? Now that Dallas cavalry was heading south, there was no need for him to hide too much. However, this was based on the premise that he had established a stable alliance with Dali. The reason why he did this superfluous move and caused new problems to arise and angered the imperial tutor, Kui Dong. In fact, the old man was indeed too frightened. His state of mind fluctuated greatly and he lost his sense of propriety. Compared to the young son of the Hansha River god, he wasn't much better. After all, he and Kui Minghuang of the Lakeview Academy had seen the thunder pool at the top of the cliff carvings with their own eyes. Together with the old Xiantian who made them leave the thunder pool with a wave of his sleeve, a string of golden characters appeared in the palm of his hand. In the secret letter sent by the green-robed man, he talked about the young Dali imperial tutor on behalf of his father. He described in detail Kui Dong's various actions. He also said that he had lost all his realms and cultivation. In the words of the Hansha River god, there wasn't the slightest bit of malice. He just hoped that his father could help him probe and see if he could help the Great Water residents gain more benefits. After all, how could a Great Water resident dare to wrestle with Kui Dong? Even if he killed Kui Dong, what benefits would there be? When Dali went south, wouldn't it be the time for the Great Water residents to be destroyed? The green-robed man asked in a trembling voice, "Father, why? Did Big Sister do something wrong?" The old man stretched out a withered palm and his 5 fingers formed a hook. He drew down little by little and said with a cold face, "It has nothing to do with your sister. It's mainly because of your superfluous actions. You caused me to lose 300 years of cultivation and caused many twists and turns in the future. I'm not in a good mood. Is this reason enough?" Scarlet blood flowers bloomed between the old man's 5 fingers. They looked small and cute, but in fact, they weren't warm at all. Because in the sky, the same thing happened. The woman's body was cut with 5 huge blood grooves. It was more miserable than pork on the chopping board. With one slash, there were deep wounds that showed the bones. Not only that, the woman who had escaped 1,000 feet away was quickly pulled back to the county. However, because the tragedy happened silently in the sky, the people in the county didn't notice. Except for a few who happened to look up at the sky and were stunned, the rest didn't cause much of a stir. Finally, the woman fell to the ground with a bang. Her body was a mess of flesh and blood. Her talisman's robe, which was originally in good condition, was tattered and didn't cover her body. The woman curled up on the ground and wailed in pain, begging the old dragon. The dignified Xiang Residence's chief, one of the few qi cultivators in Huangting country, a great immortal who had the potential to reach the 10th realm, was rolling on the ground like this. The old man waved his hand and the woman's body fell horizontally to the side of the road. After breaking a pillar, she slumped at the foot of the wall like a pile of mud. The green-robed man's face turned pale. "Is that imperial tutor angry? This is an insignificant test. Even if I'm wrong, is it worth him to mobilize so many people? Isn't he afraid that we'll turn to the Great Sui Kingdom?" The old man stared at his young son who was full of fear and sighed. He flicked his sleeves and left. He didn't teach him a lesson and just left 2 words, useless. That Hansha River god went to carry his dying sister and returned to the carriage. The coachman was the river god scholar under the Great Water residence. When the green-robed man lifted the curtain, his back was facing the scholar. He said with some regret, "Sui Bin, you were right. I shouldn't have been so reckless." The scholar waved his whip and slowly drove the carriage back to the Autumn Reed Inn. He said softly, "Fortune and misfortune come together. It's not all bad. Knowing the imperial tutor's bottom line, it will be easier to deal with him in the future. It's better to suffer a small loss now than to be complacent in the future and be killed without knowing the reason." The green-robed man placed his sister in the carriage and sat behind the scholar. He said angrily, "A small loss. My father lost 300 years of cultivation. With his bad temper, I'll be offended in the future. Others don't know, but you, Sui Bin, don't know how my 7 or 8 brothers and sisters died." The scholar Sui Bin smiled faintly. "It's good that they died. Only 3 of them are left. Those who are alive don't have to die. If it was in the past, I would have to collect the corpse for the water god. I might even have to piece the corpse together. It's a bit troublesome. If Sui Bin, the military advisor behind the scenes, kept comforting him, the green-robed man might become more and more uneasy. He wouldn't even dare to stay in the county city. He might even dare to stay in the Great Water residence. He would have to run a few thousand miles away to avoid the trouble. Now that he heard Sui Bin's sarcastic words, the green-robed man felt more at ease. He glanced at the back of the river god who had the body of a water ghost and thought to himself, no wonder he was together with County Governor Wei Li and was valued by the young imperial tutor. Don't call me the water god. I'm not used to it. After so many years, I've given you extra attention. You've never bowed to me. That's good. Don't be unable to share riches and honor with me. The green-robed man lamented angrily, Sui Bin, my father has studied for so many years. He's not any less than the scholarly sage. His private library has a rich collection of books. It's even the best in the Yellow Court country. Why is his temper still so bad? Sui Bin smiled, isn't your father's temper very good to those young scholars? He's really good. The green-robed man was helpless. Sui Bin hesitated for a moment. Actually, the reason why your father is so angry is probably related to the opportunity of the Great Tao. Although you've deliberately concealed this, that Dali imperial tutor is sure that your father knows about it. Since he can see so far into the future, he might have the intention to drive a wedge between you father and son. The green-robed man was horrified. In the carriage, an unexpected aged voice sounded, Sui Bin, it might not be a good thing for you to be so smart. Sui Bin laughed, old mister, I was once a scholar. Now I've become a scholar. Since I'm not afraid of death, why should I be afraid of death? The elusive old flood dragon smiled and said, with you assisting this idiot, I'm relieved. The green-robed man was slightly suffocated. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. If it was said that his father looked down on the little river Earl in the past, or that he was carefully hibernating and didn't need outsiders at all, then from now on, he would start to conquer the country. Wouldn't it be better to have more civil officials and generals under him? Sui Bin seemed to have seen through the thoughts of the Hansha river god. He smiled and joked, don't worry, I won't betray you. Even if I become a ghost, I still have this bit of backbone. The old dragon who was sitting in the carriage coldly glanced at his daughter who was curled up in the corner. He turned his head to look at the curtain of the carriage and put on a warm smile that came from the bottom of his heart. I've heard about your daughter. Do you want me to help her become the mountain god of Hungshan? Sui Bin shook his head, that evil creature is worse than a pig or a dog. Just let her live and die on her own. The old dragon laughed heartily, this temper is like mine. The green-robed man outside and the heavily injured woman in the carriage were both filled with desolation. Every family had their own difficulties. Whether it was the Hansha river god or the founder of Xiang Manor, they were only one step away from the 10th realm. In their own territories, they were high above, having the power to kill and seize. They were even more unrestrained than the rulers of the mortal world. But so what? After leaving the county city, the group and the carriage headed west. Kui Dong walked down from the carriage and came to Chen Pingan's side. He first smiled at Li Huai, do you want to sit in my carriage? It's spacious and comfortable. You can even lie down and sleep. Li Huai was eager to try, but he didn't dare to make a decision. Chen Pingan smiled knowingly, go. Kui Dong said in a low voice, Mister, learning how to conduct yourself is indeed useful to me. I've benefited a lot. How should I thank you? Chen Pingan nodded. Kui Dong was overjoyed, what did Mister say? Although I can't open the treasure vault in the Fengsuan item and can't take anything out for the time being, the last time I entered the city, I bought all of that prodigal son's belongings. In fact, there were 2 good items. For example, that little glazed figure. It actually has a hidden secret. As long as you infuse it with spiritual energy and genuine qi, it will start to dance vividly. It can also sing melodious songs. Chen Pingan said to him, disappear. Kui Dong was very sad. He left silently and ran to pester Lin Shuyi and Li Baoping. In the end, he was rejected. In the end, he could only return to the carriage resentfully. Seeing Li Huai happily rolling around in the carriage, Kui Dong squatted at the side and opened a package. He took out the little glazed figure and shook it in front of Li Huai. Do you want it? Li Huai stared fixedly at the pitilessly beautiful glazed woman. She was about half a foot away from him. The child spoke insincerely, not at all. Kui Dong slightly increased his strength. From the inside of the glazed figure, it emitted a gentle light. Kui Dong then placed it on the floor of the carriage. Soon, the glazed figure let out a squeaking sound. After a moment of silence, it suddenly came to life. It even danced gracefully. At the same time, it hummed an unknown ancient song. It was not the official language of the Great Sui Kingdom of Dali, nor was it the official language of the Aquarius continent. Therefore, Li Huai could not understand what she was singing. However, the scene was really pleasing to the eye. The child could not help but lie on the ground and stare at the beautiful figure of the glazed figure in a daze. When the light that overflowed in the glazed figure's body faded, the glazed figure calmed down and returned to its rigid and unmoving state. Kui Dong said patiently, "You don't want it even if I give it to you for free? What are you afraid of? You and Chen Pinggan are friends, and I am Chen Pingan's student. We are so close. What do I want from you? Furthermore, what do you have that I want from you, right?" Li Huai retracted his gaze and looked at Kui Dong. He said angrily, "Bullshit, I have a lot of treasures on me. Do you have insect silver? You will turn into a grasshopper or a dragonfly." Kui Dong did not know whether to laugh or cry. "That was my gift to you, right?" Li Huai nodded. "Yes, it is mine now. So you don't have it?" Kui Dong leaned against the wall of the carriage and sat down. He held his stomach and laughed. As expected of the little bastards from Pearl Grotto Heaven. Especially you guys who relied on your own luck and fate to become Qi Jingquan's last batch of direct disciples. None of you are easy to deal with. Shi Chuanjia and Dong Shuijing are just a little worse. They are not much better than you Luxi. Kui Dong raised his head and looked above his head. He said, "What a great saying. It is God's will." Kui Dong retracted his gaze and looked at the child lying on the floor in a daze. He asked curiously, "You really don't want it?" Li Huai said, "Yes. Before I went to bed last night, Chen Pinggan told me that when I go to the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, I can't accept benefits from others." Kui Dong joked, "But we are still hundreds of miles away from the border of the Great Sui Kingdom. Even if we enter the territory of the Great Sui Kingdom and reach the New Cliff Academy, we are still 700 or 800 miles away. In total, it is at least 1,000 miles. Li Huai, why are you in such a hurry?" Li Huai looked at the ceiling. Chen Pinggan said that he will not stay in the academy to study. After he sees us off, he will return home. Kui Shi smiled and said, "Isn't this something you knew from the start?" Li Huai folded his hands and used them as a pillow. He said softly, "I forgot about it while we were walking." Kui Dong was stunned. He laughed gloatingly. "It's okay. I won't stay in the academy. I will accompany Chen Pinggan back to the town." "Li Huai, are you jealous?" Li Huai turned his head in surprise. Kui Dong was full of pride. Li Huai abruptly stood up and lifted the curtain of the carriage. With a face full of grievance, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Chen Pinggan, this fellow Kui Shi is trying to cheat me of my money." Kui Dong hurriedly hugged the little brat to stop him from slandering him. He wailed at Chen Pinggan, "I'm innocent." After a while, Chen Pinggan, who had rushed to the carriage, left with Li Huai. Li Huai said carefully, "Chen Pinggan, I lied to you." Chen Pinggan whispered, "I know. I just don't like that guy." In the carriage, the white-clothed youth with a bruised nose and swollen face was lying in the carriage. He was grimacing in pain. Not only did he not look dejected, but he was also smiling. At the northwest border of Huangting country, at the bank of a river, after visiting the water deity temple that was far inferior in scale to Hansha River, the group walked for another 20 miles. They began to rest and prepare for lunch. Now that they had Yu Lu to start a fire and cook, Xie no longer did nothing. With their help, Chen Pinggan could go fishing at the riverbank with peace of mind. Fishing in the ridge in spring, fishing in the deep in summer, fishing in the shade in autumn, fishing in the sun in winter. This was a saying passed down from the small town. In the late autumn, Chen Pinggan jogged all the way. He specially found a small river to return to the Wind Bay. Only then did he start fishing. After a quarter of an hour, Chen Pinggan successfully caught a green river fish that was more than a foot long. However, just dragging the fish ashore took another quarter of an hour because he was afraid that the fishing rod would break or the big fish would escape the hook. Kui Dong had been squatting at the side and watching without blinking. When they went back, he must help carry the fish. In the end, there was an extra pot of delicious stewed fish for dinner. Kui Dong, who thought that he had done well, quickly moved his chopsticks and fought with Li Huai until his face turned red. After eating, he cleaned up the mess with Yu Lu. When they were free, Chen Pinggan began to practice his walking stance along the river. Yu Lu borrowed the fishing rod and went to find a place to fish. Lin Shuyi and Xie Xie were playing chess. Li Baoping was engrossed in his book. Li Huai's book box had an extra Liuli Beauty, which he won from Kui Dong in a bet. This was not Kui Dong going easy on him. The two of them guessed the number of black and white stones. For the sake of fairness, Yu Lu, who had his back facing the two of them, picked it up. In the end, Kui Dong won 2 and lost 3, losing the Liuli Beauty. Not only did Li Huai keep the worm silver, but he also gained another fierce general under his command. Chen Pinggan walked all the way and walked very far away. In the end, he sat alone on the cliff by the riverbank, facing the river wind. On the cliff, with the 18-stop breathing technique, the youth tried to practice his walking stance at the slowest speed. Between movement and stillness, he was calm and composed. Not long after leaving the waterway, on a mountain far away from human habitation, they met a group of weak mountain bandits. Lin Shuyi showed his beginner's thunder technique, and the bandits were scared witless. Chen Pinggan went fishing at night and caught a big black fish half the size of a person. He went into the water and successfully caught the rare big fish. Chen Pinggan happily returned to the campfire. When he saw Yu Lu, who was on night watch, he grinned and laughed. Yu Lu looked at the guy who was dripping wet and gave him a thumbs up. After that, they passed by a mass grave full of hostility and were besieged by ghosts. Lin Shuyi, who had gradually mastered the thunder method, showed his might. Every time he attacked, there was a faint sound of thunder. His face was especially bright, and there was a faint purple chi around his body, making him look like a divine general of the thunder tribe. After dozens of ghosts were killed by the thunder technique, a light lit up in the depths of the mass grave. Accompanied by a creepy shout, an enormous palanquin with lanterns hanging from the 4 corners of the palanquin floated over with gloomy air. With Chen Pinggan and Xie Xie protecting him, Lin Shuyi, who was not skilled in thunder technique, held on for a while. However, he still could not defeat the local boss of the mass grave in the Sudan, a ghost that had cultivated for 100 years and condensed a true spirit. In the end, Yu Lu, who had not made a move, suddenly rushed forward and easily scattered all of the ghost's spiritual energy with a punch, making it disappear into thin air. After that, Lin Shuyi read more and more frequently. Just like that, the group finally arrived at the pass of the Great Sui Kingdom. They successfully passed through the gate that was not grand and tall. Li Huai muttered that this place was not as good as Dallas Yefu Pass. However, in the next moment, the sound of horse hooves came from the street inside the pass. It was getting closer and closer, and it was getting more and more shocking. Chen Pinggan asked everyone to stay on the side of the road and make way. More than 20 elite cavalrymen came as fast as lightning. They were led by a burly general in silver armor and holding a spear. In addition, there was also an old Taoist with the air of an immortal. He carried a peachwood sword on his back, and a fair-skinned beardless old man with his hands folded in his sleeves. The 2 old immortals, who looked like otherworldly masters, were guarding a young man with a face as clear as jade on his left and right. When Chen Pinggan saw the young man, his heart skipped a beat. What he was afraid of came true. After seeing Chen Pinggan and the others, the young man in embroidered clothes took the lead and rushed out of the cavalrymen. When he was about 10 steps away from Chen Pinggan and the others, he pulled the reins and stopped. He skillfully flipped off the horse and strode forward. After looking around, he finally smiled at Chen Pinggan and said, "We meet again." The young man held the horsewhip in his hand and tapped it against his palm. Do you know that because of that golden carp and that treasure called Dragon King basket, I almost died at the border of the great Li dynasty?" he asked. The young man suddenly laughed. "But I'm still very grateful to you. Even if I gave you a bag of gold and copper coins, now it seems that I still took advantage of you. I swore that the next time we meet, I will give you a bigger reward." The young man patted his head and was a little embarrassed. He introduced himself. "I'm from the Gao family of Yang County of the Great Sui Kingdom. You can just call me Gao Xian." The beardless old man, who had also met Chen Pinggan, was about to speak when the young man named Gao Xian waved his hand. "It's okay. It's just a name. It's meant to be called." The young man looked at them and said with a smile, "I'm here to take you to the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom in person." From this day onwards, the young man surnamed Gao brought more than 30 imperial guards, more than 200 elite border guards, and finally, more than 1,000 people escorting him, passed through the territory of 2 provinces and 7 counties and quickly rushed to the capital of the Great Sui. The traveling group finally stopped trekking over land and water. Even Li Huai sat in the carriage. On both sides and in front of the carriage, there were strong cavalrymen of the Great Sui Kingdom. Occasionally, there would be some gazes on the carriage, but they were all filled with awe and envy that Li Huai could not understand. Along the way, until they could see the outline of the city walls of the Great Sui Kingdom's capital, Li Huai felt like he was being worshipped like a bodhisattva. At first, Li Huai thought it was new and fun. But as they got closer to their destination, Li Huai became more and more uncomfortable. Li Baoping became more and more silent. She stuck to Chen Pinggan every day. Lin Shuyi turned a deaf ear to everything. Every day, he hid in the carriage alone and cultivated in peace. Yu Lu, who was still driving for Kuidong, did not seem to be in a good mood. In the carriage behind, Kuidong was bored to death. He either slept in or yawned every day. He was listless and had no choice but to call Yu Lu to the carriage to talk. In the end, only 100 or so cavalry were able to enter the capital. Li Huai was shocked to discover that the extremely wide imperial road was filled with Great Sui's commoners, densely packed. It was as if the entire capital had already emptied out its alleys, having eaten their fill and had nothing better to do. All of them came to watch the bustle. Lin Shuyi opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. He lifted the curtain and looked at the crowded scene outside the window. The young man sighed. It turned out that being Mr. Chi's disciple was so unusual. The new Cliff Academy moved to the Great Sui Kingdom and was built on Donghua Mountain, the most beautiful place in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. The academy was built along the mountain and gradually grew taller. Its scale was far greater than that of the Dali Academy. It was said that the emperor of the Jiao family not only invited the most learned scholars of the Great Sui Kingdom, but also sent half of the Ministry of Rites, headed by the left assistant minister, to all the dynasties and states that were on good terms with the Great Sui Kingdom. He personally sent out grand invitations to all the famous scholars. In the end, he invited more than 30 masters of the literary circles of certain countries and famous scholars to Donghua Mountain in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom to be teachers of the new academy. However, from the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom to the common people, everyone knew that the Cliff Academy did not have Qi Jingchun. It was almost like 2 different Cliff Academies. Now that the Hill Master, Qi Jingchun, had disappeared without a trace, it was said that she had passed away due to illness. Therefore, whether or not there was a direct disciple of Qi Jingchun's overseeing the academy became the most important thing. Otherwise, it would be difficult to convince the masses without a proper name. Now, they were here. They came to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, so the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom felt that the ceremony could not be too grand. Although there were only 3 children, it was enough. They were Lin Shuyi, Li Huai, and Li Baoping. In addition, there were 2 other students who were not his disciples. Naturally, they were not as important as the first 3, but they were the icing on the cake. Yu Lu, thank you. The streets leading to Donghua Mountain had been cleared. No one was allowed to walk without permission. Therefore, even the children of the rich families only dared to look at the meaningful carriages from the tall buildings on both sides of the road. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom, wearing the most formal yellow imperial robe, stood outside the academy at the foot of the mountain. He smiled kindly at the 5 children who came out of the 2 carriages. Behind the emperor was a small group of people with the most power in the Great Sui Kingdom. The entire Donghua mountain was very strict. There were as many as 6 10th realm Qi cultivators, who were originally aloof from worldly affairs, near Donghua mountain. They were all hiding in the dark, just in case. Li Baoping asked, "Where is youngest uncle?" Everyone, including Yu Lu, looked at each other. Therefore, these children ignored the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. On a street in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, a handsome young man in white was walking backward. He looked at his peer who was carrying a basket and asked curiously, "You have changed your clothes, put on your boots, and pinned your hairpin. Why don't you enter the academy with them?" Finally, the youth who was no longer wearing straw sandals was silent. He only looked back. 160. No one in the Great Sui Kingdom, from the emperor to the ministers behind him, thought that the children's impoliteness was inappropriate. Instead, they all smiled and found it quite interesting. The Great Sui Kingdom's literary style was at its peak. The group of children who came from afar gathered together and whispered to each other. The 3 small green bamboo bookcases were particularly eye-catching. A little girl in a red cotton-padded jacket was the most eye-catching. She had a very anxious look. The smallest child, perhaps because he was unfamiliar with the place and people, was afraid of the Great Sui Emperor's disposition, started to sob on the spot. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom did not show any irritation. He turned his head and chatted with the white-haired minister of the Ministry of Rites. In the end, the students who came from afar to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom all turned to look at the end of the street. They were reluctant to meet the emperor. Although the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom did not rush them, they could not keep delaying. One of the 3 deputy hill masters of the New Cliff Academy, a famous scholar in the literary circle of the Great Sui Kingdom, had to apologize to the emperor. He walked out of the group alone to remind the children that they should enter the academy. Fortunately, there were no setbacks. Although the children did not know the etiquette of the imperial court, they were innocent and cute. The Confucian students bowed with their hands folded in front. This made the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom very happy. He personally rewarded each of the 5 children with a jade pendant of morality and a box of gold dragon ink ingots. After entering the academy, except for the wall map that had to be worshipped to the Holy Master, the rest of the formalities that should have taken half a day were simplified. This made Li Baoping and the other 2, who were on high alert, feel relieved. As for Xie Xie and Yu Lu, they were used to it and were not nervous at all. In the end, the deputy mountain master personally led them to their respective schoolhouses and instructed them on future teaching matters. The 5 of them were assigned to different schoolhouses. Because the academy occupied a large area, other than the row upon row of buildings built against the mountain, the entire Donghua mountain had been given to the Cliff Academy by the Great Sui. Thus, many schoolhouses were not too close to each other. This academy, which the Great Sui dynasty had placed high hopes on, had less than 200 students, but it had 30 teachers of virtue and prestige, whose knowledge was profound. The Minister of Rites of the Great Sui Kingdom held the post of Hill Master, but it was only in name. The Deputy Hill Master in charge of the specific academic affairs was a former teacher of Cliff Academy and one of the unofficial disciples of the Sage of Literature. His name was Maro Xiaodong, and he had a brandy nose. He was 90 years old, but his complexion was good, and he looked to be in his 50s or 60s. This time, the old man did not show up to welcome them. The reason was that he had to teach in the school and could not delay the students' normal homework. Naturally, the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom had no objection. It was said that the Deputy Hill Master had a mahogany ferrule on his waist that was engraved with the word rules. It was said that someone had seen with their own eyes that someone had engraved the word "do not exceed" in Xiaozhuan on the ferrule. This time, the Great Sui Kingdom successfully accepted the remnants of the Cliff Academy, which was unexpected. First of all, Emperor Dali was willing to let them go, which was very important. Otherwise, there was no need to talk about anything else. Whether the talented and wise emperor was guilty of Qi Jingchun, or he had other plans, everyone in the Great Sui Kingdom thought that taking over the academy was a good thing. However, the teachers and students of the Cliff Academy, who had started with more than 40 people, were able to leave Dallas territory without a hitch. Their journey was not smooth, but could be said to be fraught with danger. Previously, the new Cliff Academy, after the Great Sway Kingdom had invested so much manpower, material, and financial resources, was still lacking because of the absence of Chi Jing-chun, the founder of the academy, and the lack of enough orthodox characters. Therefore, everything seemed to be ready except for the east wind. Then, from today onwards, with the arrival of the 5 students, it could be said that the east wind had entered Donghua Mountain. Halfway up Donghua Mountain, there was a scholar's hall. In the middle hung the portrait of the Confucian sage master. On the left and right were 2 solemn old men who deliberately hid their names. On the right was the portrait of the first hill master of the Cliff Academy, Chi Jing-chun. In the hall, there was an old man with a mahogany ferrule on his waist. He respectfully offered 3 sticks of incense to the 3 sages. As he held the incense, the old man lowered his head and said quietly, "Literature carries the Tao, and passes on the torch." In the old Cliff Academy where Chi Jing-chun was in charge, there was a rule that provided accommodation, but not food. Therefore, in the Cliff Academy of Dallas era, many students from poor families in the north who could enter the academy to study would help the academy copy scriptures to earn money for their meals. Today, in the Great Sway Kingdom, this rule was not abolished, but there was a lot of leeway. First of all, the students in the academy were the local students of the Great Sway Kingdom. Because they were the first batch, the Great Sway Kingdom's imperial court chose to collect materials from nearby places. Therefore, almost all of them were from the aristocratic families of the Great Sway Kingdom. These people did not lack money. Second of all, the new academy treated the students well. Books, brushes, ink, Confucian robes, and many other gifts from the academy were a shocking amount of wealth. Li Huai was the youngest in the group. When they arrived at the dormitory, as his roommates were still in class and had not returned, the child stood alone in the empty house. Li Huai, who had cried once at the foot of the mountain, suddenly squatted on the ground and sobbed. He only felt that he had lost his parents and friends. How could there be such a pitiful child in the world? It was so pitiful that his new clothes were smeared with snot and tears. In the end, Li Huai opened the book box while crying. He only felt relieved after putting on a pair of straw sandals. However, he was afraid that wearing straw sandals would be looked down upon by others, so he put on a new pair of boots again and again. The lonely and helpless child cried again and again. He thought of all the good things about Chen Pinggan over and over again. After putting away the book box, Lin Shuyi went out for a walk alone. The handsome youth with a cold expression walked with firm footsteps. Finally, he found a towering library. Because it was newly built, it emitted a faint woody fragrance. Along the way, he could always hear the familiar sound of reading. Compared to the school in the small town, there were many more sounds of reading. Lin Shuyi took a deep breath and walked towards the library. He heard that here, it didn't cost a single copper coin to read 10,000 books. Lin Shuyi suddenly felt a little sad. If that moneygrubber stayed with them, he would definitely study as hard as he could. After all, that was tantamount to making money. Li Baoping sat in the deserted dormitory. After opening the book box, she found the letter that her youngest martial uncle had written to her. In the letter, he said a lot. He said that he was going home and would help her tell her family that she was safe. He would definitely tell her big brother that she had been very obedient and had endured hardships along the way. He said that he had made a hole in the gold fine copper coin and threaded it with a red thread. In the future, she must wear it around her neck and not lose it. In case she needed money urgently, she could use it to exchange for silver. In the letter, he also said that he had prepared a jade hairpin for her, Lin Shuyi, and Li Huai as a parting gift. They were respectively engraved with Bao Ping, Shuyi, and Huayin. Along the way, he hadn't helped much. This was a small token of his appreciation. Don't dislike it. If you don't think it looks good, just hide it. Li Huai was timid. In the future, look for him to play more. Don't let him be bullied in the academy. Lin Shuyi had a cold personality. Talk to him more. Don't be so distant. Yu Lu's boxing was very powerful. Xie Xie was also an immortal on the mountain. If there was a conflict, Bao Ping, don't rush to the front. You can ask the two of them for help. Don't be embarrassed. Even if you owe them a favor, youngest uncle will help you pay it back in the future. Youngest uncle has left the whetstone called the dragon beheading platform for you in the book box. But remember to find a place with fewer people when you whetstone in the future. Don't scare your classmates. Also, remember to keep the small silver gourd. At the end of the letter, he said that he, the youngest uncle, had left without saying goodbye and didn't enter the academy with them. He wanted to apologize to them. He had come such a long way, but he didn't end it well. It was his fault as the youngest uncle. In the future, all of you must study well. When you are successful in the future, youngest uncle can boast to others that he knows Li Baoping, Li Huai, Lin Shuyi, and he knows Chen Pinggan. There were so many bits and pieces written in the letter, but every word was written meticulously and methodically. It was neither spiritual nor elegant. It was just like the character and temperament of the young man from Clay Bottle Alley. What was right, and what was wrong. Good things should be cherished. No matter how much one cherished them, it was never too much. As she read, the little girl named Li Baoping's tears fell on the letter like the autumn rain of sorrow. It was neither big nor small, but it was sad. The stubborn little girl kept telling herself, "Don't cry, don't cry. If youngest uncle sees it, he will be sad." On the wide street of the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom, the young man in white chattered and laughed. "Since you are so reluctant, why did you leave secretly?" It was obvious that he was rubbing salt on the wound. Chen Pinggan didn't continue after that long look. He kept walking back with a straight face. Kui Dong asked, "You are the youngest uncle. Aren't you afraid that they will be bullied in the academy? At that time, no one will be able to back them up." Chen Pinggan didn't say anything. The capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom was so big that the two finally got out of the city before the night curfew. Kui Dong had a pot of wine in his hand. He drank as he walked. He only took a small sip each time, and the wine was not finished even after they got out of the city. A group of elite cavalry rushed out of the city and caught up with the two people on the official road. The leader was the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom, Jiao Xian. This time, he didn't have gurus or immortals to protect him. After Jiao Xian got off the horse, he came to Chen Pinggan and laughed angrily. "You don't even want the reward. Are you trying to frame me as a heartless and unjust person?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "If you can, take care of them for me. That's your reward." Jiao Xian shook his head and said, "It's two different things. I won't puff myself up at my own cost because even I can't get involved in the academy. So I won't promise you. Don't worry, my father will definitely take time out of his busy schedule to pay attention to the academy from time to time. So I have to give you the reward I promised. If you don't want it, you have to take it and throw it away." Jiao Xian pretended to be fierce and said, "Chen Pinggan, I'm the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom. I have to give you some face, right?" Chen Pinggan nodded and reached out his hand, saying, "Give it to me." Jiao Xian laughed and stretched out a fist. He suddenly released it and slapped Chen Pinggan's hand heavily, saying, "From now on, you're my friend. If you come to the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom in the future, just come to me directly." Chen Pinggan was a little stunned. He took back his hand and nodded, saying, "Okay." Jiao Xian no longer hesitated and got on the horse again. Because he was in a higher position, Jiao Xian bent down and said with a bright smile, "It's a long journey. I've prepared a carriage for you and it'll be here soon. If you really like to walk, you can sell it for money. But don't sell it cheaply. It's definitely worth the 700 or 800 taels of silver." Jiao Xian came and went in a hurry, leading the elite cavalry back to the city. This scene attracted the attention of many passers-by on the official road. Chen Pinggan and Kui Dong continued to walk. Kui Dong asked, "You can't figure out why a prince is so polite and enthusiastic to Chen Pinggan, right?" Chen Pinggan answered, "I can't figure it out, so I won't think too much about it." Kui Dong didn't want to let it go, so he continued to explain, "It's actually not that complicated. Jiao Xian's identity is special, and is close to the Great Sui Kingdom. Moreover, Huangting State is a vassal state of the Great Sui Kingdom. In addition, they must have spies in Dali. It's not difficult for him to know the general experience of your study trip. Moreover, the identities of Baoping and the others are more important than you think. So he's willing to be a little friendly to you and cast a long line to catch a big fish. Even if he can't catch it in the end, it's not a loss. Kui Dong pursed his lips. If Emperor Dali was replaced by the monarch of any other dynasty, and if Cliff Academy was replaced by any hill master other than Qi Jingchun, they would be like rotten wood struck by lightning, rotting on the spot. Of course, the Great Sui Kingdom has the guts to take over Cliff Academy, which is indeed admirable. Emperor Dali also has mixed feelings about this. You may not believe it, but the Lu dynasty that Luxi belongs to, although it was recognized as the strongest country in the north of the Aquarius continent before it was destroyed, Emperor Dali only has 3 enemies in his mind. The Lu dynasty emperor is not one of them, but the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao dynasty, whose national strength is slightly inferior, occupies a spot. While Kui Dong was revealing these secrets, Chen Pinggan was busy changing into his straw sandals. This made Kui Dong, who was throwing flirtatious glances at a blind person, feel somewhat defeated. Kui Dong asked tentatively, "Mister, when you go back, can you also knit a pair of straw sandals for me? I can also have a small bookcase." Chen Pinggan carefully put away the pair of sandals, picked up the big bamboo basket, and continued on his way. He said unhappily, "Wearing straw sandals is not for fun." Kui Dong smiled and said, "I think it's quite fun." Chen Pinggan walked along the side of the official road, looked straight ahead, and asked, "Is reading fun?" Kui Dong hesitated for the first time, and finally hung the wine pot on his waist, tied it together with the jade pendant, and held the back of his head with both hands. "Reading, I've never felt fun since I was young." After walking for a long time, in the dusk, with the last bit of light, Chen Pinggan looked back at the majestic city walls of the Great Sui Kingdom's capital. Kui Dong, who had been silent all the way, suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha, I knew you wouldn't be able to resist." Chen Pinggan ignored Kui Dong's sarcasm, and asked seriously, "Should I stay in the academy for a few days, and see Baoping and the others read with my own eyes before leaving?" Kui Dong was a little surprised by this sudden question, and thought for a while, "It doesn't matter if you leave now or later." Kui Dong found that Chen Pinggan glanced at him with a look of disdain, as if to say, "I asked for nothing, and you said for nothing." Kui Dong was really a little depressed, and said with a face full of grievances, "I'm kind enough to help you out of trouble, mister. Isn't it inappropriate?" Chen Pinggan glanced at the wine pot on Kui Dong's waist, and quickly withdrew his gaze, sighed, and then walked faster, burying his head in his journey. Kui Dong's expression did not change, but he was shocked. What, even Chen Pinggan had a moment when he wanted to drink? Oh, so this young man already knew the taste of worry. 161. The carriage gifted by Jiao Xian arrived late and arrived at Chen Pinggan's side in the late evening. The coachman was the old man with a white face and no beard. He had followed the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom to Liju Cave and had met Chen Pinggan twice. However, compared to Jiao Xian's enthusiasm, the old man looked indifferent. After handing over the carriage, he walked back to the capital. The old eunuch looked back at Kui Dong. Kui Dong was busy looking at the handsome horse and marveling at it. He did not notice the old man's scrutinizing gaze. Kui Dong jumped into the carriage and took the initiative to take on the responsibility of the coachman. He waved to Chen Pinggan and said, "Sir, the carriage is not tampered with. Let's go in peace." Kui Dong slapped himself in the face. "What do you mean go in peace? It's too unlucky. Let's hurry up." Chen Pinggan looked around. The sky was dark. Because of the night ban in the capital, the never-ending flow of people on the official road during the day seemed very deserted. Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "I'm just practicing Zhouzhan. You can just drive. As long as you don't go too fast, I can keep up." Kui Dong knew Chen Pinggan's stubborn character, so he did not waste any more time. He slowly drove the carriage, took a sip of wine, and leisurely said in a loud voice, busy with 100 things and 1,000 things to worry about, "In the end, everything is over. The weather is cool. What a good autumn." Chen Pinggan silently followed behind the carriage, constantly repeating the 6-step Zhouzhan of the mountain-shaking fist manual. He had already memorized the Zhouzhan and Zhouzhan. In the middle of the night, Kui Dong had been talking nonsense. He read the Confucian classics, recited poems, and recited all kinds of things. His mouth was not idle. In the end, he even muttered, "I have an old donkey that I never ride." Hearing this, Chen Pinggan, who had persisted for nearly 2 hours, let out a breath of turbid air. He stopped walking and said, "I'll get on the carriage and rest for a while." After getting on the carriage and putting the basket on the carriage, Chen Pinggan noticed that there was a small mountain of bottles and jars piled up in the corner. However, the light was dim, so he couldn't see what they were. Kui Dong, who was driving the carriage, said with a smile, "There are several jars of good wine, Taoist elixirs for refining qi and healing injuries, and even rouge and face powder. This Gao Xian is really interesting. To be honest, even if we don't talk about the enemy's camp, compared to your friend Song Jisin's younger brother, who was my former disciple, Gao Xian is more respectful to the wise." Chen Pinggan sat behind Kui Dong, sitting sideways with his legs hanging out. He shook his head and said, "Song Jisin was never my friend." Kui Dong said, "Then Song Jisin, who has now changed his name to Song Mu, will be sad." Before he left Clay Bottle Alley, Qi Jingchun gave Zhao Yaro a World Yingchun seal, and gave him Song Jisin's 6 books, 3 miscellaneous books, arithmetic, chess manuals, essays, and 3 books on basic learning selected by Qi Jingchun. As for Song Jisin, his attitude towards you is very complicated. He probably wanted to feel at ease, so when he left the last 3 books on the table in the room, intending to give them to you, Chen Pinggan. However, people's hearts are complicated. In fact, Song Jisin is well aware that even if you got the key to the house that you left in your courtyard, you would never take the books without permission. However, this didn't affect his conscience. "Teacher, isn't this guy very smart?" Kui Dong said a lot of unknown secrets, but there was one thing he didn't say. He guessed that the books were actually something that Qi Jingchun had predicted early on. Song Jisin would look down on the 3 basic learning books and choose to leave them for Chen Pinggan. In terms of playing chess, planning, and calculating, Kui Dong used to think that he was far better than Qi Jingchun. Looking back now, of course, he was very wrong. Chen Pinggan said in a low voice, "Song Jisin has always been very smart." Kui Dong asked curiously, "Your relationship with him is so strained because he lied to you and violated your oath?" Chen Pinggan didn't say anything. Kui Dong said with a smile, "Don't blame me for talking too much. I'm not trying to absolve Song Jisin. I'm just telling you the truth. No matter right or wrong, Song Jisin has his own reasons for this matter. In fact, the reason is very simple. Song Jisin ate well, dressed well, and lived well. He was better than you in everything. Later, he even had a maid to take care of his daily life. He was proficient in reading, chess, calligraphy, and everything else. But the more he was like this, the bigger the knot in his heart became." Chen Pinggan finally said, "At that time, he was misunderstood as the illegitimate son of the construction supervisor. Since he was young, he was criticized by the neighbors behind his back. Many people scolded him behind his back." Kui Dong nodded and said, "So, Song Jisin looked at you every day and thought, why do you, Chen Pinggan, a poor peasant who almost starved to death, have parents, but I, Song Jisin, don't? I don't even know my mother's name." Kui Dong shook his head and said, "The most unbearable thing for Song Jisin is that you, sir, have such a miserable life, but in the eyes of Song Jisin, your neighbor, you seem to be living a happier life than him every day. After eating, you go to sleep. After sleeping, you get up and do things. This makes Song Jisin feel like his heart is scratching his liver. So, when he's unhappy, he wants to make you unhappy. He knows what you care about the most, so he wants you to lose it." Chen Pinggan remembered that rainy night in Clay Bottle Alley. That was the first time he wanted to kill someone. At that time, Song Jisin was almost strangled to death by him against the wall. Liu Xianyang, who sneaked out of the kill factory with him, might have been hiding in the distance and accidentally saw that scene. So, for the next month, Liu Xianyang didn't dare to talk to him, which made Chen Pinggan depressed for a long time. Kui Dong sighed to himself and said, "Some children have the temperament of a child. The things they get involved in are both terrifying and laughable, but also hateful and pitiful. Because it's not only children who have the temperament of a child. Many important people with high positions can also be immature and unreasonable in some important matters. Chen Pinggan put his hands on the sword furnace stance. He didn't practice it, it was purely natural. With a calm face, he said, "For this matter, of course I hate Song Jisin to death. But the thing that really makes me dislike Song Jisin is not this." Kui Dong was very curious. He couldn't help but turn his head and ask, "What do you mean?" Chen Pinggan slowly said, "That time when Liu Xianyang was almost beaten to death, Song Jisin actually squatted on the wall and fanned the flames. He couldn't wait for Liu Xianyang to be beaten to death. This kind of person is very scary." Kui Dong was silent. Chen Pinggan raised his head and looked into the distance. "In my hometown, there's a saying that goes, it depends on the person who carries the burden. I don't think that's a big deal. But if you think it's fun, you're so bad that you add a stone to another person's burden. How can you be friends with such a person?" Kui Dong joked, "Song Jisin didn't add a stone to your burden. In fact, Song Jisin probably wants to be friends with you deep down. Because he's smart enough, he knows very well who to be friends with. For example, he looks down on Zhao Yao, who isn't as smart as he is, but he'll still try to worm his way into being friends with him." Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "I don't like this kind of person." Kui Dong said something heartfelt and conscientious for no reason. "There will be many people who won't like you in the future." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Why would I want so many people to like me? I don't need to worry about my family when I'm full. It's not like I want anything from others." Kui Dong turned around and gave Chen Pinggan a thumbs up. "Teacher, this is called standing tall on a cliff. You can be strong if you have no desires. I, as your student, admire you." Chen Pinggan said softly, "I know you're trying to get information from me because you want to find out something I don't know. But it's okay. After saying all this, I feel much better." Kui Dong chuckled and said, "Teacher, you're a wise man who looks foolish. Your student, I am a wise man who looks foolish. Let's learn from each other. When we join forces in the future, we'll definitely be invincible." Chen Pinggan suddenly asked, "You know Alliance, right?" Alliance used to hum the song Old Donkey. Kui Dong's face changed slightly and he said, "I've known him for a long time. I knew him even earlier than Qi Jingchun and Mahjong Maro and Xiaodong. When I was drinking with my old man, they were probably still playing in the mud. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. A cool breeze was blowing. The young man in white with a mole between his eyebrows had a faint melancholy expression on his flawless face. He smiled bitterly and said, "After I left my hometown, I also traveled far to seek knowledge like you. But I traveled much further than you. Because of my pride, I finally lost face. In a fit of anger, I became the disciple of the old elementary scholar. At that time, the old elementary scholar's reputation was not prominent and his knowledge was regarded as heretical. So I was his first disciple. The one surnamed Zhuo, Qi Jingchun, these people came under the old man's tutelage one after another. Actually, there aren't many disciples. The old elementary scholar is a person who wants to explain everything clearly, no matter how big or small. When it comes to imparting knowledge, a simple principle that can be explained in a few words can take him an entire day. He really doesn't have the energy to take in too many personal disciples. There were relatively more registered disciples. As for those who didn't hesitate to call themselves the lackeys of the literary sage, they were vast and mighty. They were like carps crossing the river. There were countless of them. As for Alliance, he knew the old elementary scholar earlier than me. At first, Alliance went to the old elementary scholar's door to beat him up. Who was the old elementary scholar? His eloquence was very good. The debate between the three factions of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism was the most dangerous thing in the world. How many bodhisattvas and Taoist embryos fell into the unorthodox path because of this? They became pitiful heresies in their respective orthodoxies. They were glorious before, but they became miserable after that. Before I betrayed my sect, I confidently proposed my opinion because I wanted to help. Let's not talk about this. A real man doesn't boast about his past achievements. In fact, the old elementary scholar was the only one who participated in 2 debates in history. The key point was that he won both debates. Forget it, you don't need to know this for now. Anyway, the old elementary scholar at that time, TSK. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the only one in the world. The kind of peerless demeanor that was known as the bright moon in the sky was something that only scholars could understand. Otherwise, do you think that the old man was only a pitiful elementary scholar and could be worshipped in the Confucian temple? Why did he keep moving up the ranks? The small country that the old elementary scholar came from wanted to make him the ancestor of the top scholar. However, the old elementary scholar didn't want it and kept it to himself. What do you think? Anyway, the old man confused Alliance and the 2 enemies became best drinking buddies. The old elementary scholar's status became higher and higher while Alliance's cultivation became higher and higher. The 2 of them complemented each other and had a good relationship. Alliance was the closest to me, Qi Jing-chun, and that guy surnamed Zhuo. For the 3 of us, Alliance went through a lot of trouble, especially for Qi Jing-chun and that guy surnamed Zhuo. He fought with them until the sky turned upside down and the earth was turned upside down. Speaking up to this point, Quisha smiled knowingly and said, every time a Liang comes back to us, he starts to brag, saying things like I'm so fierce even when wiping the ass of you 3 brats. I, a Liang, am really fierce, or you don't know, when I went to the sects where I slaughtered everyone today, those fairies only hated that their cultivation wasn't high enough, otherwise they would have eaten me alive. Alas, it's the hardest to bear the grace of a beauty. You're young, so you won't understand. Kui Dong took a sip of wine and said, there's one good thing about Alliance. He never brags, unlike us scholars. Kui Dong said so much in one breath. In the end, he turned his back to Chen Pinggan and said with a smile, all right, just like you, I feel much better. Chen Pinggan had already closed his eyes and was silently practicing the sword furnace stance. However, it was obvious that the youth was carefully listening to everything, not missing a single word. Kui Dong's expression was calm. After talking openly, I'll still be the bad guy and you'll still be the good guy. Chen Pinggan opened his eyes and said, I'll go down and continue practicing the walking stance. Kui Dong laughed and said, all right. After Chen Pinggan jumped down from the carriage, he continued to silently walk the walking stance. Kui Dong's smile slowly disappeared and he emptied his hand to drink the last mouthful of wine. For the first time, he was absent-minded and muttered, Chen Pinggan, do you think people like you aren't scary? A voice came from behind the carriage, I heard it. Kui Dong laughed loudly, Mister's ears are good. You're worthy of being a martial arts genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. In the future, you'll unify Jianghu and be invincible. That's just around the corner. The straw sandals youth unhappily replied, I have to thank you. On the way back home, they still passed by mountains and rivers. The carriage had already been sold along with the horse. Kui Dong sold it for a high price of 1,500 taels of silver. He then bought himself an exquisite book box and stored all the valuables in the carriage inside. Compared to his previous travels to study, Chen Pinggan had more free time to practice the mountain quaking fist and use his time to practice the 18 stops qi circulation method. As long as it wasn't raining heavily, Chen Pinggan's walking stance would be exceptionally slow. It was as if he was still practicing with Li Baoping, Li Huai, and the others. A white-clothed youth would stand beside him and practice with him. His movements were even more fluid and graceful than Chen Pinggan's. Every time there was a high mountain or a flood, Kui Dong would loudly recite the classics of the sages. Although Chen Pinggan didn't say anything, he would subconsciously recite it in his heart. The 2 of them were no longer like that night on the official road outside the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. Most of the time, they were silent. Kui Dong would occasionally quietly leave Chen Pinggan's field of vision. When he came back, his mood would be both good and bad, but Chen Pinggan never questioned him. In this way, the master and disciple in name walked from autumn to winter in the unhurried sound of the carriage wheels. The route was very different from when they came. It was chosen by Kui Dong, and Chen Pinggan didn't object. The 2 of them also happened to have seen some strange and colorful anecdotes, either from afar or in person. Chen Pinggan, who had traveled from Dali to the Great Sui Kingdom, still felt that it was incredible. In a large lake to the east of the Great Sui, the two of them were traveling at night. Under the moonlight, they saw a group of elegant immortals flying in the air. Each of them held a huge iron chain in their hands. Finally, the lake water shook violently, setting off huge waves. The immortals actually lifted a huge rock from the bottom of the lake. It was as big as a mountain. Just like that, they pulled it out of the lake and carried it back to their own sect. Kui Dong explained that there were many spiritual objects in the mountains and rivers. Once the immortal forces on the mountains found them, they liked to use their magic to seize them and bring them back to their sect. They regarded them as exclusive property and used them to help suppress the fate of the mountains and rivers. Kui Dong also laughed and said that the immortal forces had some conscience. They chose to travel at night and were willing to spend money to buy fine iron chains at a high price. Ordinary immortals didn't care about these things and just bought a lot of cheap iron chains. As for whether mortals suffered when the mountain fell on the ground, the local government didn't dare to care. Unless it fell on a big city, there was no way to hide it. In the end, most of the immortal forces would just pay a symbolic compensation. Between the mountains at the junction of the Great Sui Kingdom and the Huangting country, Chen Pinggan saw a large school of fish that looked like crucian carps. They were migrating along the mountain roads and were not hindered by the mud. Kui Dong said that those were the mountain cobra carps. They could stay alive for half a month out of the water. The mountain cobra carps had high requirements for the water quality of the lake. Once the water quality of their old habitat deteriorated, they couldn't survive and would immediately move. The more abundant the spiritual qi in the water source, the better the reproduction of the mountain cobra carps. Moreover, a golden spiritual creature would be born in every 10,000 of them. Therefore, the ordinary forces on the mountain were willing to raise these creatures to accurately determine the situation of the spiritual qi in their sect's mansion. After that, within a bustling city in Huangting country, two young sword cultivators actually rode on flying swords that were less than 5 m above the ground, and they moved swiftly through the crowd as if they were competing to see whose level of flying swords was better. They completely disregarded the chaos on the streets, and some commoners who couldn't dodge in time were directly pierced by the flying swords that emitted a swift and fierce aura, causing them to fall to the ground. They were extremely shocked. When the sword cultivator passed by Chen Pinggan, an old woman was so frightened that she stumbled and fell. She dodged to the left and right twice and just happened to collide with the sword cultivator who had deviated from his route. The young sword cultivator didn't want to lose to his companion who was close behind him. Seeing that he would be overtaken if he stopped abruptly, his face was full of anger. He simply sped up and flew forward. If Chen Pinggan hadn't pulled the old woman over, he would have been stabbed to death on the spot. Instead of being grateful, the sword cultivator turned his head and glared fiercely at Chen Pinggan. The two high and mighty sword cultivators, one in front and one behind, flashed and disappeared just like that. Although the civilians in the city were terrified, no one had the intention to pursue the matter. Even when they were cursing, they only dared to lower their voices. Kui Dong, who was watching by the side, said casually, "If it were other Qi refinement warriors who had not ascended to the middle 5 realms, they wouldn't dare to be so domineering in the city of a country." This was because sword cultivators were the rarest and most precious Qi refinement warriors in the world. After the grateful old woman left in a hurry, Chen Pinggan turned and looked in the direction where the two sword cultivators had left. He didn't retract his gaze for a long time. Kui Dong said indifferently, "I can't control them. Moreover, how can I control them? Chase after them and kill the two sword cultivators? They didn't kill anyone from the beginning to the end. Or should I reason with them and earnestly warn them not to be so mischievous in the future? Taking a step back, if your fist is strong enough and you force them to promise you verbally that after you leave, everything will go on as usual. What can you do? Isn't it annoying? I think it's very annoying." Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "I'm only so capable. I won't chase after them. I do hope that Mr. will join in the fun. As a student, I've been freeloading all the way. I feel so guilty. At the very least, let me resolve Mr.'s problems." Kui Dong made sarcastic remarks. Seeing that his teacher didn't respond, he asked with a smile, "What if you're capable enough in the future?" Chen Pinggan carried the big bamboo basket and continued on his way. "Then we'll talk about it on that day." Kui Dong caught up with him quickly and asked with a smile, "Mister, when is that day?" Chen Pinggan replied, "Anyway, it's not tomorrow." Kui Dong followed behind eagerly. "It'll be great if it's the day after tomorrow. As a student, I'll be proud to follow you." Chen Pinggan looked up at the sky and suddenly remembered that by the time he returned to his hometown, it would be almost the new year. He wondered if he should buy a few couplets as soon as possible. Red Candle Town in Dali didn't seem to have many of these things. At this moment, Kui Dong also looked up. However, he was looking at a tall building. The corners of his mouth curled up. "Oh, interesting." Following Kui Dong's line of sight, Chen Pinggan saw a towering pavilion in the city. The wind and clouds nearby were dark and gloomy. In the dark clouds higher up, there were faint flashes of lightning. It was very different from the sunny scenery elsewhere. It seemed like it would only rain in this small area. Kui Dong turned around and smiled. "Mister, we must join in the fun. Let's make it clear in advance. If Mister doesn't want to go, I'll go by myself. Mister can just wait for me at the city gate." Without another word, Chen Pinggan walked towards the city gate and said, "If you don't come out before the night curfew, I'll go on my own." Kui Dong said with a sad expression, "Mister is so heartless." Chen Pinggan's back was facing Kui Dong. He raised his arm and stuck out his middle finger. Kui Dong's expression immediately changed. He waved goodbye to Chen Pinggan. "Mister is becoming more and more humorous. This student has contributed greatly." Chen Pinggan retracted his middle finger and clenched his fist. Kui Dong hurriedly bowed. "Mister, take care." 162. Chen Pinggan walked out of the city gate and rested on the side of the official road. Not far away, there was a tea stall. Chen Pinggan hesitated for a moment, then went to buy a cup of tea and sat down to drink it. The teenager, who had never regretted anything, began to regret that he had left the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom too quickly. Just as Kui Dong had said, what if Baoping and the others were bullied when he was not around? Chen Pinggan might not have seen much, but he was not ignorant of the good and bad of people. Because he had not lived an easy life since he was a child, he had done everything he could to survive. Therefore, Chen Pinggan understood the unhappiness of life and the ugly side of people better than Li Baoping, Li Huai, and Lin Shuyi. Especially on the way with Kui Dong, Chen Pinggan understood one thing through this cheap student's idle chatter. A high official's hat did not make a person smart, nor did a person with great knowledge become good. Chen Pinggan drank tea and looked at the city wall, silently making up his mind. In the Cliff Academy of Donghua Mountain, there was a hall with a plaque that said Songtao. People liked to call it the teacher's courtyard or the teacher's residence. The current nominal hill master, the Minister of Rights of the Great Sui Kingdom, was drinking tea. It was rare for him to be free, so he looked relaxed. The 7 or 8 people present were all teachers of the academy, and most of them were not young. The 3 deputy hill masters were all present. One of them, a square-faced old man in a Confucian robe, finally could not help but complain, "These children are too mischievous." It seemed that after the word mischievous came out of his mouth, the old man was still angry and added, "unbearably mischievous." It should be noted that this deputy hill master was not only a great Confucian scholar in charge of large-scale lectures in the new academy, but also a genuine gentleman. The old man's name had long been recorded in a Confucian school. Therefore, his words carried more weight than those of the so-called famous figures in the literary world and masters of the scholarly circles. The Minister of Rights was a short and amiable old man with an ordinary appearance. If it were not for his uniform, it would be hard to imagine that he was a second-rank official in the central government. Moreover, the Great Sui Kingdom's title of heavenly official was given to the Minister of Rights. For example, the Great Sui Kingdom's Ministry of Rights was given to the minister. The short old man did not feel that the deputy hill master's words had spoiled his mood. He chuckled and said, "Tell me, how mischievous and mischievous is he?" Lin Shuyi is extremely talented, and his foundation in the Confucian classics is quite solid, but his character. Sigh, he often skips classes and goes to the library to read miscellaneous books. So what if he reads, but he doesn't even have a single Confucian classic? Instead, there are many heterodox Taoist secret manuals. In such a short period of time, he has already borrowed 20 or 30 books. What kind of scandal is this? It doesn't mean that a Confucian student can't read Taoist books, but at such a young age, how can he be qualified to talk about comprehending by analogy? If he goes astray, how can he explain to the original mountain lord? The short old man nodded slightly and drank his tea at a significantly slower speed. The more the deputy hill master spoke, the angrier he became. And that little girl, Li Baoping, is even more undisciplined and out of control. In class, she often goes on a mental journey and doesn't know how to respect her teachers. If she's not reading that mountainous travel book, she's drawing little figures in the book. Well, she's even using the martial arts techniques of the barbarian. The short old man held back his laughter and did not comment. He lowered his head and drank his tea. The deputy hill master continued, the youngest, Li Huai, is honest and dutiful. He doesn't skip classes and doesn't cause trouble. He does all the homework that the teacher gives him, but his comprehension is really, why do I feel like he's a blockhead? During class, he dozes off and drools all over the table. He doesn't look like a direct disciple of the original hill master. Sigh, I'm so worried. A relatively younger deputy mountain chieftain joked, Minister, many of our mountain chieftain Liu's whiskers have been broken. The old man with a square face retorted seriously, only the deputy hill master. The short old man laughed heartily. After putting down his teacup, he asked, is there no good news? If this continues, I won't dare to come again next time. The old man with a square face was in a better mood. He nodded and said, there is. It's strange. But Yu Lu and Xie Xie are outstanding. They're more like pure scholars of our Confucian school. They treat people normally and respect their teachers. Especially Yu Lu, he's gentle, respectful, and thrifty. He's simply the son of the top tycoon in the Great Sui Kingdom. He seems to be more worthy of cultivation. The short old man was still not in a hurry to make a conclusion. He smiled and looked at a tall old man who had been secretly dozing off. Elder Mao, what do you think? The tall old man with a long piece of mahogany at his waist was called. He shivered and opened his eyes in confusion. What? Minister, you're leaving? You don't want to stay a little longer? The Minister of Rites was still smiling. Since Elder Mao wants me to stay a little longer, then I'll stay a little longer. The headmaster's courtyard was suddenly filled with laughter. The short old man patiently recounted the vice mountain chieftain's complaints in a concise manner. After the tall old man with the surname Mao heard it, his face lit up in realization. I see. Then I do have a few words to say. The short old man joked, we're all ears. The tall old man sat up straight and asked, is Qi Jingchun more knowledgeable, or are all of you more knowledgeable? There was complete silence. Wasn't this nonsense? The tall old man asked again, then, is Qi Jingchun more knowledgeable, or are all of you better? Well, it was still nonsense. The square-faced deputy hill master thought for a moment and did not directly refute. Instead, he lowered his voice and asked, Elder Mao, the Pearl Grotto Heaven is now the county seat of Dallas Longquan County. It's only so big. It's said that there are only 5,000 to 6,000 people in total. There are definitely not many children suitable for learning. Could it be that Mr. Qi really doesn't have a choice there? The tall old man was Maro Xiaodong of the academy. When Dallas Cliff Academy was founded, it was this man who helped Saint Qi Jingchun build it up bit by bit. No matter whether it was cultivation, seniority, or moral knowledge, he was worthy of being called the number one person in the academy. Therefore, everyone, including the Minister of Rites, was willing to respectfully address him as Elder Mao. After hearing Deputy Hill Master Liu's question, Maro Xiaodong smiled and said, of course it's possible. And it's not just a possibility, it's the absolute truth. The group of people was dumbfounded. Maro Xiaodong looked around. It's the Great Sui Kingdom that needs these children. It's best if all of them are geniuses and shine brightly. When they grow up, They'll take the initiative to choose to stay in the Great Sway Kingdom so that they can be proud of you and help you slap Dallas' face. I don't have such boring thoughts. The Minister of Rights hurriedly coughed twice, then naturally went to pick up his teacup and lowered his head to drink tea. The tall old man did not care about this and continued to speak without restraint. If it were me, those little fellows personally taught by Qi Jing-chun will eat and drink as they please. If they want to learn, then they can learn. If they want to slack off, then they can slack off. If they don't, then I can't be bothered to care. As the Deputy Hill Master in charge of the academy, I have so many students under me, and there will only be more every year in the future. Where would I have the time and energy to listen to your complaints about these children climbing trees, skipping classes, and drawing figurines? Everyone in the hall looked at each other. The short old man sitting on the main seat continued to drink tea calmly. In fact, there was no tea left in his teacup. The tall old man smiled and stood up. I'm going to take a look at the matter of Chong Wen Lane's book engraving. This is a big matter, so I have to keep an eye on it. I won't be drinking tea with you, Minister. The short old man took the opportunity to stand up and said with a pleasant expression, then I won't delay your teaching. Maro Xiaodong complained, Minister, it's not too late to leave after drinking tea. The tall old man tiptoed slightly and glanced at the teacup. Oh, it's finished. Really, Minister, drink another cup. Give the academy some face, won't you? If word gets out, people will think that we don't like you. That's not good. What if the Ministry of Revenue deliberately deducts the money needed for the book engraving in Chong Wen Lane for heavenly officials' sake? Who can I complain to? The minister, who was almost a head shorter than Mao Xiaodong, put his hands together and said with a bitter face, Elder Mao, please forgive me. You're the Hill Master, and I'm the Deputy Hill Master, okay? No. Mao Xiaodong laughed and turned to leave. After the tall old man left, the short old man looked helpless and said angrily, I originally wanted to hide in peace. Well, in the end I still have to be scolded. We're still family, so I won't dare to come again. There was a burst of laughter in the headmaster's courtyard. Even the square-faced Deputy Hill Master could not help but laugh. The atmosphere was harmonious. Mount Donghua in the capital of the Great Sway Kingdom was not at all lofty compared to the other 5 mountains. It was only because it was taller among the shorter ones that it looked particularly tall and graceful. There was a 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree at the top of the mountain. After a girl in a red cotton-padded jacket finished her days, she hugged the tree trunk familiarly and slid down. In the end, she saw an old pedant who was waiting for her. He was really tall, squinting his eyes and smiling slyly. The old man did not look like a good person. The tall old man asked, at this time, are you skipping class again? The girl was honest. Yes. I know the academy has its rules. I accept the punishment. The old man smiled and asked, why? When Qi Jing-chun taught you before, you would be punished for skipping class. The girl shook her head and said, skipping class is not punished. Teacher never cares about this. But if we remember the things he taught in the academy wrong, we will remind him the first time, and punish him the second time. The old man said oh and asked curiously, what are you looking at up there? The girl was stunned. Considering the old man's age, she answered, the scenery. The old man became more and more interested. What scenery is so beautiful? Why don't I know? The girl blinked her eyes. Old man, climb up and see for yourself. Scholars climb trees. It's a disgrace to the educated. The old man waved his hand quickly, and then quickly understood. Oh, you want us to break the rules together so that I won't report you, right? Little girl, you're quite clever. The girl laughed and then shook her head. The old man understood the girl's thoughts and asked, what's wrong? Am I wrong to say that it's a disgrace to the educated? The little girl patted her clothes and explained, in the past, when I hung a kite on a tree branch, it was the teacher who climbed the tree and helped me get it down. Another time, I threw Li Huai's underwear up there and then ran home by myself. Later on, I heard that it was the teacher who helped me get it down. Why are the scholars in your academy always so particular about such things? The old man corrected her. It's not your academy, it's our academy. The old man bent over and put his hands behind his back. He smiled at the girl and asked, "Do you think that your teacher, Chi-Jing-chun, is better than the teachers here?" The girl sighed. She thought that the old man was tall, but why did he always ask such stupid questions? The old man said earnestly, "Little girl, let me tell you, we have a lot of rules. Although we are not as knowledgeable as your teacher, we are not useless. We have our difficulties. Have you heard of the saying, 'Do as you wish, do not violate the rules'? Do you know what's in front?" The girl nodded and said, "It's in 17, and before that is in 16. The tall old man was stunned for a long time and could not speak. The old man's knowledge was beyond imagination. It was not that he did not understand the meaning, but he could not figure out how the girl could come up with such a strange answer. The little girl waved her hand and was about to leave. "Sir, my name is Li Baoping. I'm a new student. I won't escape punishment. I've already understood all the rules. I know that I have to copy an essay within 3 days. I'll finish it tonight and hand it to Mr. Hong when I get back. If you don't believe me, you can ask Teacher Hong yourself." Li Baoping patted her chest and said, "Don't worry, I can write faster than I can run." The old man did not know whether to laugh or cry. He quickly stopped the heroic girl and said, "I haven't finished my reasoning. Don't be anxious. You've heard my reasoning. Take it that you've been punished." Li Baoping's hands were already in a running posture. After hearing the old man's words, she could only stop. She stared at the old man and said, "Sir, you can say it. But if the reasoning is not good, I'll just go back and copy the book." The old man was choked by the girl's words. Think about it. The Holy Master only dared to do this when he reached this age. If ordinary people only cared about their own happiness and did not follow the rules, wouldn't it be bad? The girl nodded and said, "Of course not." The old man laughed heartily. "Okay, I've finished my reasoning. You don't have to copy the book." This time it was Li Baoping's turn to be stunned. "That's it." The girl sighed heavily and looked at the old man. She wanted to say something but hesitated. Finally, she bowed and began to rush down the mountain. The old man was so angry that he laughed. "Little girl, what did you mean by the look in your eyes just now? You think that I'm older than your husband, Chi-Jing-chun, but I don't know as much as he does, right?" Li Baoping nodded slowly. She was determined not to lie. Since the old man had seen through her, she certainly would not deny it. The old man smiled and said, "Then do you know that I just look old? Chi-Jing-chun looks young, but he's actually older than me, so it's not strange that he's a little more knowledgeable than me." Li Baoping's face was full of suspicion. The old man seemed to be a little angry. "Why would I lie to a little girl like you?" Li Baoping was not in a hurry to go down the mountain. She crossed her arms and walked a few steps to the left and then to the right. She raised her head and looked at the old man. She asked a strange question, "Even if you're younger than my husband, so you're less knowledgeable, why is my youngest uncle, who is younger than you, more knowledgeable than you?" The old man clicked his tongue and said, "More knowledgeable than me? Then I don't believe it." Li Baoping was a little anxious. She thought seriously and carefully looked around. She stretched out a small hand and put it by her mouth. She whispered, "I'll tell you. Don't tell anyone." Then she stretched out her hand and gestured to her head. "If my husband's knowledge is so high, then my youngest uncle's knowledge is at least this high." Li Baoping stretched out her hand and gestured to her shoulder again. Finally, she moved it to her ear. "When youngest uncle is on his way home, he'll learn more words. His knowledge will be this high very soon." The old man was stunned. In the end, he could only agree. "Then your youngest uncle is amazing, amazing." Li Baoping nodded vigorously. "That's right. My junior martial uncle is so powerful." The old man suddenly sighed. "It's good that he's amazing. If he's amazing, then he'll be able to protect our little bottle in the future." Li Baoping's expression was a little gloomy. She squeezed out a smile and rushed far away. As she ran, she turned her head and waved goodbye. "I'm leaving. I think old Mister's knowledge is actually not bad. It's so high." The little girl wanted to gesture with her hand, but she ran too fast. She lost her balance and fell to the ground. Then, She quickly got up and ran down the mountain at an even faster speed. The tall old man patted his waist and the discipline ruler returned to its original form. Looking at the red figure that was getting smaller and smaller, the old man sighed. Jing Chun, if I knew this would happen, I would have met that young man. There was a small lake on Donghua Mountain. The lake water was so clear that one could see the bottom. It was full of lotus flowers. However, it was winter and the leaves had already withered. It looked especially bleak. A tall young man was holding a green bamboo fishing rod and sitting on the shore fishing. Occasionally, people would point at him, but no one approached him. Finally, an ordinary-looking dark-skinned girl came to stand beside the young man. Is fishing interesting? Yu Lu nodded and smiled. It's interesting. Xie Xie asked, what's interesting about it? Yu Lu smiled and answered, you'll be happy when the fish takes the bait. Even if the fish runs away in the end, you'll still be happy. Xie Xie was a little angry. Yu Lu stared at the lake and held back his laughter. He said, okay, I'll tell you the truth. I'm practicing martial arts. Yu Lu slowly explained, let's not talk about holding the rod. Just my sitting posture is very particular. I have to be as still as a mountain and as moving as a river. When the fish takes the bait, my entire body will change in an instant. It's in line with the Daoist's yin and yang reversal. There's a martial arts secret book that says that when you're still, there's nothing that's not still. When you move, all the bones will follow. That's why I'm fishing like this. It can nourish my bones and replenish my vitality. Xie Xie was skeptical. Yu Lu didn't look at the girl from beginning to end. If you say that I've never practiced martial arts, you're not wrong. I've never practiced fist stances. But if you say that I've always been practicing martial arts, you're not wrong either. When I'm eating, sleeping, walking, and now when I'm fishing, I'm thinking about those secret martial arts books. One of the benefits of being born into a good family is that the secret martial arts books in your family, even if the quality isn't too high, there aren't many mistakes. And in many fist techniques and sword techniques, there are many places that seem to contradict themselves. But in fact, there's a lot of knowledge. It's especially fascinating. Xie Xie sat on the ground and hugged her knees. She looked at the slender fishing rod. It's a pity that you don't cultivate in the mountains. Yu Lu felt wronged. Hey, Miss Xie. You shouldn't expose people's scars like that. Xie Xie was silent for a moment and said, I'm finally living a peaceful life. But my heart feels uneasy. What about you? The girl asked and answered her own question. It doesn't matter where you're, Yu Lu. In this aspect, I'm far inferior to you. Yu Lu turned his head without warning and shook his head. I like to watch the fire alone. Xie Xie was puzzled. Why? Yu Lu turned his head again and stared at the lake. I don't know. I just like it. Xie Xie smiled. Then do you like her? The girl who almost became the crown prince's wife. Yu Lu was expressionless at first, but soon he smiled. He didn't answer the question. Miss Xie, here, we have to be careful with our words and actions. Xie Xie smiled insincerely. Li Huai came to me before to show off his jade hairpin. You don't have it. Yu Lu smiled. You don't have it either. It's not strange that I don't have it. But it's not right that you don't have it. You're such a beautiful girl. Xie Xie's face darkened. Please be careful with your words. Yu Lu suddenly shook his wrist and the fishing rod bent in a beautiful arc. The tall youth laughed. Hooked. The girl stood up and left. There's no good man. Yu Lu carefully walked the fish while looking at the girl's back. Whether I'm a good man or not, it's hard to say. But someone is really good. Well, she's just a little biased. She doesn't have a bookcase, she doesn't have a hairpin, she only has straw sandals that everyone has. Sigh, it's really disappointing. Xie Xie turned around and walked towards Yu Lu in big strides. Yu Lu quickly tried to make up for it. I don't mean anything else. We're all the same. We don't worry about scarcity but inequality. Don't misunderstand, the girl didn't have any intention of stopping. Yu Lu threw away the fishing rod and ran away without caring about the fish that was hooked. Xie picked up the fishing rod that was not dragged away by the fish and threw it towards the center of the lake. Then he clapped his hands and left. Yu Lu was dumbfounded. This time, he was really angry. He said angrily in a low voice, "If it was Chen Ping'an's fishing rod, you can try it. Do you still dare to be so fierce? I'll take your surname. Lin Shuyi." He had a plain yellow jade hairpin in his hair bun. The young man's skin was slightly tanned, but it couldn't hide his handsome face. Although he gave people the impression of being cold and serious at Cliff Academy, Lin Shuyi was still very popular with the girls. Although the girls of the Great Sui Kingdom couldn't obtain scholarly honors, it didn't stop them from studying openly. Before they got married, they could stay in the major academies. As usual, Lin Shuyi went to the library to read when he encountered a class he didn't like. He was very eye-catching along the way. Among the first batch of students of the new Cliff Academy, the Great Sui Kingdom students were either rich or respectable. They either came from influential families in the capital or were deeply rooted in the local area. All of them were the children of the rich and had been rich for generations. Lin Shuyi's appearance was like a clear stream of spring water from a mountain stream. Many girls were infatuated with him. Lin Shuyi's unapproachable attitude aroused the fighting spirit of the girls. They felt that Lin Shuyi was unique in everything he did. For example, the young man wore plain clothes and lived a simple life. He was completely different from the noble people around him. This was Lin Shuyi's refined style. If being close to Lin Shuyi for these reasons was only a superficial understanding, then some details that no one paid attention to were the great driving force to solidify this favorable impression. For example, Lin Shuyi was highly regarded by the great Confucian scholar Dong Jing. This old man, who was well known in the Great Sui Kingdom, was recognized as a master of both Confucianism and Taoism. Dong Jing often called Lin Shuyi to his simple hut and taught him alone. Every time there was a thunderstorm, he would personally take Lin Shuyi to the highest mountain in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, Iron Tree Mountain. As for the reason, the outsiders of the academy also tried to find the knack for it. There was no wall in the world that didn't leak. Dong Jing also had his own close friends, who were famous for being a drunkard. After a few drinks, he revealed some clues. Lin Shuyi was a cultivation genius that was hard to come by in 100 years. Once he cultivated the Great Spirit and supplemented it with the Five Thunders righteous method, he would definitely be an immortal in the middle 5 states and had a chance to reach the 6th state before the age of 25. To put it simply, this meant that Lin Shuyi, a cultivation genius, was qualified to reach the 10th state, which was far beyond the scope of ordinary geniuses. Suddenly, a child, who was out of breath, ran all the way to Lin Shuyi. It was Li Huai. After seeing Lin Shuyi, he immediately burst into tears and sobbed, "Lin Shuyi, my painted puppet is gone. Someone stole it." Lin Shuyi asked, "Didn't you lose it?" Li Huai shook his head desperately. "Impossible. How many people live in your hut?" "Including me, 4. Do you have any suspects?" Li Huai still shook his head. Lin Shuyi frowned. In the end, he brought Li Huai back to his hut. He took out a few banknotes from under his bookcase and handed them to Li Huai. His family had sent this money to Red Candle Town's Pillow Inn. That day, Lin Shuyi's expression was extremely ugly when he received the letter from his family. Li Huai panicked. "What? I only want the painted puppet. I don't want money." Lin Shuyi said, "When you return to your hut, tell your roommates that you lost the painted puppet. In short, just pick a place and give this money to whoever can help you find it." Li Huai was at a loss. "That works," Lin Shuyi said helplessly, "let's try it first." The next day, Li Huai happily went to find Lin Shuyi. "That method really works," Lin Shuyi said in a bad mood, "lock the box properly in the future. Don't always show off your little junk." Li Huai angrily said, "Thank you. I will definitely pay you back in the future. But you are not allowed to talk about them like that." Lin Shuyi reached out and slapped the brat's head. "Don't bother me. I want to go to the library. Be careful not to become a bookworm." Li Huai made a face at Lin Shuyi and ran away. A few days later, Li Huai came to Lin Shuyi again with a sad face. He hung his head and didn't dare to speak. Lin Shuyi, who was blocked at the entrance of the library, sighed. What's going on? Were the painted puppets stolen again? The child said weakly, no, this time it's the set of small clay figurines. Is the box locked? It's locked, I promise. There are 2 locks. I always keep the key with me. Lin Shuyi had a headache and rubbed his forehead. I will go and find Mr. Dong and see if he has any ideas. It's not a good idea to keep doing this. Li Huai suddenly looked up and forced a smile. Forget it. I will look for them myself. Maybe they will come back by themselves. Before Lin Shuyi could ask him to stay, Li Huai had already run out. The child didn't listen to him. Li Huai and Li Baoping had class together today. After class, Li Baoping found Li Huai, who was purposely avoiding her. She noticed that his mouth was red and swollen. She couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Li Huai shrunk his neck. I fell. Li Baoping stared at him. Tell me. Li Huai pouted and was about to cry. He tried his best to hold back and said, I was arguing with someone and couldn't win. Who? It's my roommates, but I fought against 3 of them alone. I didn't embarrass you. Let's go. The little girl was very direct and efficient. She spoke at most 2 words per sentence. She ordered Li Huai, go to your dormitory and wait for me. Hurry up. I will be there soon. Li Huai returned to his dormitory uneasily. His 3 roommates, who were only slightly older than him, were chatting in a group and completely ignored him. They only glanced at Li Huai with ridicule and disdain. This little country bumpkin from Dali was not good at studying and talked vulgarly. His whole body exuded a rustic aura. He treated his broken bookcase as a treasure. More importantly, there were more than 1 pair of straw sandals hidden in the bookcase. Li Huai quietly walked to the doorstep of the dormitory and squatted there to draw circles. Not long after, Li Huai saw Li Baoping rushing in aggressively with the saber called auspicious symbol in her hand. Li Huai was so frightened that he almost couldn't stand up. When he finally stood up, his legs were weak. He swallowed and whispered, Baoping, do we need to bring a saber to fight? Li Baoping glared at him and pushed Li Huai away. She strode into the dormitory alone. You don't need one for fighting, but do you need one for getting beaten up? Get out of my way. Although Li Huai was sweating in fear, he gritted his teeth and quickly caught up with her. He shouted, Li Baoping, wait for me. Li Baoping looked at the 3 guys and raised the saber in the scabbard. She said coldly, who stole Li Huai's clay figurine? Take it out. The 3 of them were dumbfounded at first and then burst into laughter. Li Baoping was even angrier. Who hit Li Huai? Come out. The 3 of them looked at each other and smiled. Then, they rolled their eyes. Li Baoping held the saber and gave the 3 little bastards a good beating. Although Li Baoping was not tall, her strength was built up from a young age. In addition, she had practiced martial arts with Chen Pinggan all the way. They traveled through mountains and rivers together, so it was easy for her to deal with her peers who were not even as good as embroidered pillows. In addition, when 2 armies were facing off, momentum was very important. Li Baoping's first move was already shocking enough. She moved extremely fast and swept the scabbard across, ruthlessly slapping a boy about 10 years old on the cheek. The boy directly spun on the spot. Then, she chopped down with the scabbard, smashing the second pitiful creature into crying. The 3rd one did not dare to fight back and hurriedly ran away. Li Baoping caught up with him, flew up, and kicked him in the back. His whole body crashed into the bed. He was in pain and scared, so he simply lay there and pretended to be dead. Li Baoping's gaze swept over and pointed at them with the end of the scabbard. Today, you will obediently take back that clay figurine set and give it to Li Huai. In the future, if anyone dares to bully Li Huai, I will beat you until even your parents won't recognize you. I, Li Baoping, am a woman of my word. Li Baoping saw a guy quietly raising his head to look at her. She raised her arm and was about to smash him with the scabbard. The guy was so frightened that he quickly retreated. Li Baoping sneered and turned around angrily. In the end, she saw Li Huai standing at the doorstep. She was furious. Li Huai, look at how cowardly you are. In the future, Don't call me young martial uncle. If you dare to call me that again, I will beat you again." As if his sore spot had been poked, Li Huai squatted on the ground, hugging his head and sobbing. Glancing at Li Huai from the corner of her eyes, Li Baoping seemed to be even angrier than when she had arrived. Holding her saber, she left in a huff. Inside the house, a boy with a swollen head said in exasperation, "This matter is not over. I want you, little shrew, to know who you beat up." 2 days later, in the teacher's courtyard, the square-faced Vice Hill Master slapped the armrest of his chair. Lawless. Preposterous. In public, from the young to the old, they actually dared to fight in public. Not a single one is left out. No one is to interfere in this matter. I would like to see how terrible our Great Cliff Academy, the seed of learning where the hope of the Great Sway Kingdom lies, can be. The rest of the people looked at the tall old man who, for the first time, did not close his eyes and doze off. The old man thought for a moment and nodded. So be it. Someone mustered up the courage to ask in a low voice, "Elder Mao, what is it?" The tall old man's face was indifferent, as if he was speaking in riddles. "That's it." With his attitude, even the square-faced scholar with the status of a gentleman felt a chill run down his spine. 163, Kui Dong, dressed in fluttering white robes, walked through the streets and alleys and finally found the residence where the pavilion was located. It was indeed a prestigious residence. 2 stone lions stood guard, the threshold was extremely high, and the gate was tightly shut. However, the strange thing was that the 2 words Jilan were hung on the wall of this residence, not the Zhong residence or Qian residence. The pavilion where Kui Dong had seen the strange phenomenon should be the private library of this family. Its height was almost as high as the Kuaishing pavilion of the Confucian temple in the city. It was certainly not an ordinary wealthy family. The closer he got to this Jilan residence, the more clearly Kui Dong felt that a storm was coming. This feeling was like a cloudy day before a rainstorm, making one feel suffocated. Between heaven and earth, in addition to the awe-inspiring righteousness that the Confucian school worshipped, there were many other formless qi. Generally speaking, there were clear and impure qi. The former was spiritual and was beneficial to cultivation, while the latter was impure, damaging the soul. Places such as mass graves, ancient Jingguan temples, and battlefield ruins all had their own mysteries. Not all of them were impure qi. In the world, the blessed land that was beneficial to cultivation was like a room of orchids. It refreshed the heart and refreshed the mind. Kui Dong put his hands behind his back and leisurely walked up the stairs. A middle-aged gatekeeper walked out from the side door. Seeing the extraordinary bearing of the youth in white, he did not dare to neglect him and respectfully inquired about his identity. Kui Dong said that he was a loose immortal who relied on slaying demons and devils to accumulate merits. When he was outside the city, he saw that something was wrong with the residence and that there might be a bloody disaster, so he came to help. The gatekeeper only took it as a joke. Speaking of whether or not there were spirits and ghosts in the world, the gatekeeper knew that there were, because his own residence had raised many harmless spirits and ghosts. But to say that there were evil spirits and ghosts that dared to cause trouble in the city, especially in their Jilan residence, that would be the biggest joke under the heavens. Who did not know that the 4 people in the mansion, father and sons, were all recognized as immortals among immortals, especially the youngest son, Cao Shishan. Rumor had it that just last year he became the sect leader's direct disciple of an immortal family on a mountain, and was proficient in both flying sword and thunder technique. Kui Dong, who was regarded as a liar, was not annoyed. He continued to explain patiently, "Your house has done a good job of hiding wind and gathering water. The layout of the library is also the best. It is where the eye of the formation is located. In addition, there are probably many rare books that have been personally stamped by sages and gentlemen in the library. Therefore, after a long time, it is easy to gather spiritual qi. Ordinary demons and ghosts do not dare to come here. However, some timid and gentle creatures who like to live with people will grow up smoothly." The gatekeeper looked a little impatient. He asked Kui Dong to leave quickly, saying that he did not have time to listen to this young man's nonsense. Quisha stretched out his hand and gently pushed away the gatekeeper's hand. He smiled and said, "But the library of this mansion is indeed a little strange. There is a big python inside. It might have been there since the beginning, but its origin is unknown. It might have been invited in later. If I'm not wrong, it should be a fire python. Recently, it has been shedding its skin for the second time. The next time it sheds its skin, it should be formed by water. Once it succeeds, it will become a big flood dragon." Kui Dong stretched out his hand and pointed outside the city. "However, there is a water snake in the river. Its state is higher than that of the fire python. It is waiting for an opportunity under the water. It will not easily let your family's sworn enemy succeed in shedding its skin. The flood dragon, snake, and python in the world, once enlightened and have spiritual intelligence, no matter what kind of temperament they had before, they do not like to be close to their own kind. Therefore, if your mansion does not prepare early, when the fire python is weak after shedding its skin, the water snake will definitely leave the river and rush here. It will try to kill the fire python with one blow and seize the half-fire elixir in the fire python's body to transform it into its own cultivation." The gatekeeper's eyes were complicated. He suddenly became angry and tried to push the young man in white away. "Go away, go away. You are so young, but you are talking nonsense." Kui Dong sighed and said to himself, "Sir, you see, it is not reasonable. It is so troublesome. Let me do it my own way." With a wave of his sleeve, the middle-aged gatekeeper was swept away by a gust of wind and fainted on the spot. Very quickly, 5 or 6 burly men rushed out from the side door. As Quisha strode forward, the fate of those initial and second realm martial artists was even worse than that of the gatekeepers. Before they could see the handsome young man with the mole between his brows waving his sleeve, they were all sent flying backward and fell to the ground in disarray. Yin. Kui Dong walked all the way. Many guards swarmed over, but they could not stop him. When he arrived at the square outside the library, the yawning Kui Dong finally became interested. He looked at the 3 people standing side by side. They looked like father and son. There were no outsiders except for them. Perhaps they did not want to expose the truth of the library, or did not want to hurt the innocent. No one was allowed to come close. Kui Dong quickly looked past the 3 people. The library occupied a large area, as high as 6 floors. The sky above the building was covered with dark clouds. Thunder rumbled, extremely dull, and lightning flashed. In this tall building that stood between the heavens and the earth, there was a huge python that was dozens of feet long. Its body stretched out from the bottom of the building, winding its way up. Its head that was as big as a water tank was flicking its forked tongue at the thunderclouds in the sky. It was filled with natural awe and also contained a strong fighting spirit. Almost all the monsters in the world were not afraid of thunder. This was a brand that was engraved in their bones and passed down from generation to generation for thousands of years. According to legend, in ancient times, a certain celestial emperor who controlled thunder once led a group of gods of thunder and many rain masters to tour the world. No one knew how many demons were killed. Kui Dong continued to walk. The middle-aged man in bronze armor stretched out his hand and stopped his 2 sons who wanted to teach the uninvited guest a lesson. His eyes signaled for them to calm down and not act rashly. He clasped his fist and said, "This one is Cao Hushan. May I know why the honored guest has come to our door?" Quisha didn't stop walking and said lazily, "I've used up all my good temper at the entrance. Now, I'm going up the stairs. If you're determined to stop me, don't blame me for not telling you the ugly truth. I'll wipe out your entire family. I won't do such a thing now, but I'll kill the 3 of you and destroy your corpses. At worst, I'll explain to my husband that you died in the battle between the snakes. I won't have any psychological burden. Maybe I'll even shed a tear of sympathy for you in front of my husband. Alas, who asked me to have such an old-fashioned husband?" The middle-aged man held the handle of the long saber at his waist. His armor was flowing with a layer of thick yellow halo. He said sternly, "Do you really think the cow family of Jilan is a soft egg that can be trampled on?" Kui Dong spat, "How dare you call yourself Jilan? You have so many good books at home, but you don't let your descendants learn the teachings of the saints. Instead, you play with spears and sticks. What's more, you dare to collude with the monster and let him steal the library to absorb the fragrance of books. That's fine, but you know that the day the fire python molts is the day the water snakes in the river fight to the death. You didn't remind the people in the city to leave the city to hide. Instead, you deliberately used a trick to hide the scene of the thunderclouds descending and the fire python climbing the building. Do you know that this sudden battle between water and fire will kill at least thousands of people in the city? Kui Dong felt wronged when he said this. He muttered, "Sir, it's all your fault. I'm a little addicted to the habit of talking nicely." A tall young man holding a silver spear said with a grin, "Father, don't talk nonsense with this guy. Let me kill him. How dare he ruin the Cao family's century-old great cause of dominating a province. He deserves to die." Kui Dong laughed and pointed at the tall young man. "I like your bad temper." Before he finished speaking, a drop of blood appeared between the young man's eyebrows. The tall young man was about to use his supernatural power to enhance the magic weapon silver spear in his hand when he felt a slight pain between his eyebrows. Just as he was about to reach out to wipe it, he collapsed to the ground. There was no dying breath or painful wail. He died directly. The middle-aged man's armor shone even brighter. His whole body seemed to be shrouded in yellow clouds. His other scholarly son was chanting incantations, forming hand seals with his fingers, and using the astral steps. He was very busy, and soon, a string of dazzling words appeared beside him. They were white and bright, and connected from head to tail, forming a full moon that protected him within. Not only that, a small fire python wrapped in flames appeared in the air, quickly circling around the young man. There was also a simple tall crown on his head that released a five-colored light, and then it sprayed out like spring water, enveloping the young man's surroundings. Inside and outside, up and down, layers of defense were used. Kui Dong was amused by the young man's life-saving methods. "You're really afraid of death. It's good that you're afraid of death." Still, there was no movement. A cinnabar also appeared between the young man's eyebrows. He died instantly. Kui Dong smiled and said, "Since you've become a ghost, you don't have to be afraid of death anymore. Don't thank me." The middle-aged man ran away. Kui Dong didn't even bother to chase after him. He was so lazy that even killing him was troublesome. Kui Dong wasn't in a hurry to enter the library. Instead, he stood outside the door. The wine pot at his waist was quite heavy and filled with wine. On the way here, Kui Dong bought another 2 kilograms of loose wine. After leaving the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, he finished the wine pot. At that time, there were still a few bottles of good wine in the carriage. However, he couldn't put his head into the wine pot to drink. Kui Dong didn't throw away the wine pot. After some time, he developed some feelings for it. Since then, he had been buying loose wine from the roadside wine shops. He had no choice. Now, Kui Dong had to borrow money from Chen Pinggan. He didn't have much money. He had a mountain of gold and silver, but he couldn't enter it. Before he became a level 5 Qi refinement warrior, Kui Dong could only stare helplessly. Kui Dong took off the wine pot and took a big gulp. He walked forward and crossed the threshold. The fire python that sensed the threat had already retreated into the library. The lightning and thunder clouds in the sky weakened a little. Kui Dong walked to the stairs on the first floor and sighed. Young people don't know what it's like to be worried. They love to go up, 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 up. When Kui Dong reached the 5th floor, he didn't go up anymore. He sat on the stairs with a gloomy look. He was unwilling to go to the top no matter what. Between the 4th and 5th floors, a huge scarlet head slowly popped out. Its eyes were as black as ink. It carefully looked at the resourceful but ruthless young man in white. Kui Dong turned to look at the fire python and said regretfully, "If there was someone like you in my family who could talk to me and relieve my boredom, I might not be like this today." The fire python gently put its chin on the floor and made a humble gesture of listening. It understood human nature very well. Compared to the cow father and son who had the ambition of conquering the land of a province, it was obvious that this beast had a better vision. Kui Dong smiled and asked, "I interrupted your path to immortality and caused you to miss the right time, right place, and right people. Aren't you angry?" The fire python shook its head slightly. The whole 5th floor shook and dust flew everywhere. Kui Dong nodded and said, "You have the root of wisdom. If you insist on shedding, the water snake in the river will have a much higher chance of success than you. By then, your hundreds of years of hard work will be reduced to a wedding dress for others." On the stairs higher than where Kui Dong was sitting, there was a 6 or 7-year-old boy in green clothes. He squatted on the stairs handle and looked at Kui Dong's back. He clicked his tongue and said, "Wow, you outsider boy. Not only are you ruthless and vicious, but you also have a good vision. You know how powerful I am." The fire python was shocked. It resisted the urge to hide downstairs with great difficulty. Its whole body was trembling slightly. Without the protection of the cow father and son, now it had to forcibly stop the shedding process. It was at its weakest stage. And that guy even sneaked into the cow family. How could it be his opponent? Kui Dong turned his head and said with a smile, "Naughty boy." The boy in green clothes was at a loss. He stretched out his finger with sharp nails and pointed at himself. "Boy, are you talking about me?" The next moment, the boy in green clothes covered his forehead with both hands. Blood constantly seeped out from between his fingers. He fell from the railing to the 5th floor and rolled on the ground. The whole library began to shake. Kui Dong took out something from his sleeve and said in a bad mood, "All right, stop pretending. If you continue to be so naughty, I'll really let you go see the king of hell." The boy in green clothes suddenly stopped rolling. After getting up, he patted his sleeves and asked, "What do you want?" "I have a good relationship with the river god outside the city. We have been brothers for more than 200 years. Compared to this little girl that even the city god doesn't dare to meet, I'm much, much better. Your cultivation is not bad. You have the qualifications to be my guest. If you help me today and let me eat it, in the future, within 1,000 miles of the city, you can kill whoever you want." The green-clothed boy seemed to be choked by someone, unable to utter a single word. He stared fixedly at the item in the white-clothed youth's hand, scared out of his wits. His legs began to tremble, and the fire python turned into a little girl in a pink dress. Her body curled up at the staircase as she trembled. Kui Dong held an ancient inkstone in his hand. There was an old thin dragon that was less than an inch long on it. If one listened carefully, one could actually hear the faint sound of sleeping. To the green-clothed boy and the fire python of the library, the sound of sleeping soundly, which a mortal teacher would not find strange, was scarier than thunder in their ears. Kui Dong lowered his head and pinched a shining embroidery needle with 2 fingers. He rubbed it on the edge of the ancient inkstone, causing a series of sparks, as if he was using the inkstone to sharpen its edge. Kui Dong held out the inkstone, "Come in obediently." The fire python turned into a little girl in a pink dress and leaned against the wall. After getting up with difficulty, she did not dare to move. The boy in green clothes asked, "Are there any benefits?" Kui Dong nodded and smiled. "Yes, for example, to live." The boy in green clothes said good in a deep voice. Then, he broke through the window of the 5th floor and flew out. Then, a ray of golden light that was 2 to 3 feet long followed him closely and flew out of the window to the east of the city together. A moment later, in the great river to the east of the city, there were raging waves. Blood splashed in all directions from time to time. Chen Pinggan, who was drinking tea at the city gate, immediately paid the bill and rushed into the city. In the end, he found that there was not even a guard at the gate of the Orchid Mansion. Chen Pinggan went all the way without any obstructions. In the end, he arrived at the towering pavilion and just happened to see Kui Dong personally holding a little girl in a pink dress and walking out. Probably for the sake of enjoyment, Kui Dong transferred the book box to the little girl with a slender figure. His hands were empty except for the wine pot at his waist. Kui Dong patted his head and asked the little girl with the book box to take a few ancient books with the most spiritual energy. Then, he sat on the threshold of the library and drank wine. He raised his head and smiled. "Sir, go ahead. I'm listening." Chen Pinggan asked, "Do you know why I asked you to return to Longquan County with me?" Kui Dong drank wine and wiped it with the back of his hand. "I know. You're afraid that I don't have a good memory, or that I have ill intentions and will cause trouble in the Great Sui Kingdom's new Cliff Academy. You're worried about Li Baoping and the other two. That's why you'd rather not be able to sleep peacefully than let anything happen to those children. Chen Pinggan looked at Kui Dong. Kui Dong said helplessly, Hey, is it that hard to guess the answer? Sir, please don't look at me like that. Even the slightest bit of surprise is an insult to me, Kui Dong. Chen Pinggan hesitated for a moment and finally said, If you're willing to sincerely protect them, from today onwards, I'll agree to let you be my student. Kui Dong raised the wine pot high. It's a deal. Chen Pinggan frowned and said, Forget it. Just because I agreed too quickly? Kui Dong sneered, Don't be in a hurry to go back on your word. The moment I sneaked out of the carriage with you, I already guessed this step. I'm not overjoyed at all, but the result of careful consideration for a long time. So don't think that I'm patronizing you, Chen Pinggan. You may not believe it, but my staying in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom was originally a chess move that I made myself. Do you think it's fun for me to play chess with myself all the way here? I'm afraid I'll scare you to death if I tell you. That's Dali playing chess with the Great Sui Kingdom. This game of chess is related to the fate of the two great dynasties, Kui Shi sighed. But then again, it's not my style to put myself in danger and play the hero in a tiger's den. But there's nothing I can do about it. After all, I'm the one who caused this mess. I might not feel at ease leaving it to others to clean up. Kui Dong said with a bitter face, Sir, if I really die in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, Chen Pinggan said seriously, I'll try my best to build a cenotaph for you. Kui Dong was stunned and whispered, Damn, he even knows about the cenotaph. Following Li Baoping and Lin Shuyi all the way, I didn't study for nothing. Ha ha. As expected of my teacher, he learns quickly. Chen Pinggan asked, By the way, is it Kui Dong or Kui Dong Shan on the tombstone? Kui Dong's face was full of fear. Bah. Then Kui Dong said with a smile, I knew that you would take this step, so I even prepared a farewell gift as your student. The girl just now was born in a fire python and grew up absorbing the fragrance of books since she was young. She has a very docile personality and is most suitable to be your little attendant in the future. The other one has a similar background and has a more violent personality. On the way back to Longquan County, you need such a person who can fight by your side and help you cross mountains and rivers. Liju Grotto Heaven is still very tempting to them. In the future, when they enter your territory, they can't be disobedient. However, I need you to wait for a moment. The water snake in the river will soon run here to kowtow and admit its mistake. Chen Pinggan's mood was a little complicated. You're a bad person, and you're much smarter than me, so you know how to deal with bad people better than me. I hope that after you return to the academy, you can really protect Baoping and the others. Chen Pinggan's eyes were sincere. He took a deep breath and said with a posture full of Jianghu spirit, If you can do it, then I'll thank you here first. If you're willing to make this decision, it means that you really approve of me, even if it's only a little. What you want me to do, it's a matter of course. Why do you need to thank me? Kui Shi was smiling mischievously at first, but when he saw Chen Pinggan's serious face, he immediately stopped joking around, shook his sleeves, and solemnly bowed with his hands clasped in front. His sleeves drooped down like a crane's wings, and he said in a deep voice, Student bids farewell to Mr. Take care of yourself. 164. The girl in pink ran out of the attic with a large stack of ancient books in her arms. When she saw this scene, she looked at Chen Pinggan with some fear in her eyes. At the same time, a little boy in blue fell from the sky. His clothes were ragged and he was in a sorry state. A wisp of golden light flowed around him, like a fierce soldier escorting a criminal. The little boy in blue lay on the ground, panting. He wiped the blood off his face and turned to look at the unknown dragon. The hostility in his eyes could not be dispelled. This was not strange. He had been tyrannical in the river outside the city for hundreds of years. Suddenly, he was beaten into a stray dog. It was natural that he would be furious. Kui Dong snapped his fingers. The wisp of golden light flew back into his sleeve like a swallow returning to its nest. Seeing that Chen Pinggan was somewhat puzzled, Dong smiled and said, "Sir, do you remember that outside Yefu Pass, when I was bragging to you about how generous the gift for becoming my disciple was? I mentioned this temporarily ownerless natal flying sword called Golden Autumn. It is of good quality and does not require a high level of cultivation to control it. It can be used at will." Dong grinned, rather pleased with himself. The previous owner of this flying sword was once a fully deserving sword immortal of the Central Plains. He was a chess fanatic. Perhaps his brain was stuck in a door. He actually wanted to change his path from sword cultivation to chess. Unfortunately, his chess skills were not good enough. He gambled his life with me and lost to my flying sword. But in the end, he wanted to cut off all means of retreat and did not want to have anything to do with this flying sword. Chen Pinggan asked curiously, "Then can Lin Shuyi use this Golden Autumn?" Dong looked like he had a toothache. "Sir, you are not so biased. Of course Lin Shuyi can use it, but it will be a waste for him to refine and use it. I am willing to give it to you as a student, but I am absolutely unwilling to give it to an outsider like Lin Shuyi." The girl in pink and the boy in blue looked at each other in tacit understanding. They saw the shock in each other's eyes. Central Plains, sword immortal, chess, gambling. When these words were strung together, it was enough to shock the world. Chen Pinggan looked around and did not see anything strange. He prepared to leave and continue on his journey. "Sir, please wait a moment. Let me explain the reason first so that you will not have any problems on your journey home." Dong thought for a moment and then took out the ink slab that was originally the treasure of the Crouching Dragon Crouching Monastery. He ordered the Huang Tingua, "Quickly put your real body. My patience is not very good. If you dare to delay, don't blame me." Before he said a few words, Dong's killing intent rose. He just wanted to slap the boy in blue to death. Out of sight, out of mind. After all, according to the plan of the Longquan County, it was enough to be able to establish a relationship with the old flood dragon. The fire python and water snake in front of him did not have high cultivation and had not even completed the transformation into a flood dragon. They were far from the Hansha River god of the Grand Water Mansion. In the end, their capture was just a small addition to the brocade. At the beginning, now that the treasure house in the Fengsuan item could not be opened, he wanted to subdue these two little guys for his sir. Even if they were useless, he could keep them by his side in the future to help guard the mountain. Coupled with the special background of Liju Wonderland, it was barely feasible. Therefore, Dong really did not care about their life and death. Now that his teacher was already a teacher and the students were already students, Dong was very clear about Chen Pinggan's character. He was really a stone in the latrine pit, smelly and hard. If he did not recognize him, even if he gave him 10,000 fire pythons and water snakes, it would be useless. Now that he recognized him, it was not a problem to lose the two insignificant little guys. Thinking of this, Dong had mixed feelings. Dealing with Chen Pinggan was really tiring. It felt more strenuous than moving the 5 mountains. However, when he crossed the invisible threshold of seeking Tao, he had a very strange feeling. It could actually make a scheming person like the Dali Imperial tutor have some peace of mind. Seeing the golden light flowing out of the white-clothed youth's sleeves, the little boy in green hurriedly got up and kowtowed. "Please spare my life, immortal master. I am willing to go through water and tread on fire for you, immortal master. Even if I die, I will not regret it." The little girl in pink who had read tens of thousands of books in this Jilan Prefecture's library felt ashamed to be associated with him. She was not the kind of monster who spoke without thinking. She stammered, not knowing what to do. Dong could not be bothered to talk nonsense with the little water snake cub. He raised the inkstone. "I will count to 3. The little girl in pink hesitated for a moment. A small fire python as thin as a thread darted out from between her eyebrows and swept into the inkstone. Then, her face turned pale and her body swayed. Seeing this, the little boy in green could only sigh like an old man. He nagged, "Forget it, forget it. A wise man submits to circumstances." He fumed and finally condensed into a small dark green snake that was slightly thicker than the fire python. It flew into the inkstone. The python and the snake curled up in the inkstone, not daring to move at all. After all, at the edge of the inkstone, there was an old dragon sleeping soundly. That was the ancestor of monsters like them. It might even be as far away as 18 generations. Kui Dong put away the inkstone that Dallas men of sacrifice had given him halfway and sneered. Don't be ungrateful. You are only under a little restriction, but you can use it to improve your realm. If it were a monster of the dragon species from another continent, if the two of you were placed in front of them, they would have long begged and kowtowed to the point of breaking their heads. The little girl in pink who had grown up in this small area of the library bowed and expressed her gratitude. The little boy in green who had always been free and unfettered and had a wild nature curled his lips, disapproving. Kui Dong turned a blind eye to this and said with a playful smile, "Do you know Dallas Longquan County? That is the place after Liju Grotto Heaven fell. My master is a rich man there. He owns 5 mountains and has collected a lot of snake gall stones full of spiritual aura. This thing is condensed from the spiritual blood of the last real dragon in the world. You can consider its value yourselves. So, serve my master well along the way." The little girl in pink's eyes lit up. She bowed to Chen Pingan and her face was full of joy. "I am willing to follow you, master." The green-robed little boy was even more straightforward. With a plop, he knelt down and kowtowed. "Master, do you lack beautiful maids to warm your bed? I know quite a few of them. Even among cultivators, there is no lack of them. As long as master nods, I will immediately snatch, oh, no, I mean invite them over in a palanquin with 8 carriers." Chen Pingan rubbed his forehead and glanced at Kui Dong. Could it be that birds of a feather flock together? Why did he have to provoke these unscrupulous freaks? On the other hand, Bao Ping, Li Huai, and Lin Shuyi beside him were all very serious. After the old scholar severed the spiritual connection, although Kui Dong now had the appearance of a teenager and the mentality of a teenager, his vision, and shrewdness were still there. With regards to Chen Pingan's thoughts, Kui Dong could more or less guess. He felt a little helpless. How could children like Li Baoping be normal? Taking a step back, was Chen Pingan normal? How many people in the world would wholeheartedly want to hit a lousy fist technique 1,000,000 times before talking about other things? The little boy in green raised his head. "Master, Cao Hushan from Jilan Prefecture has a young son. He was previously in charge of keeping an eye on me by the river outside the city. His realm is not high, but his cultivation is not bad. He is quite talented and has the backing of an immortal mansion. I think he has already met up with his father. If we let him be, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Do you want me to?" The little boy made a gesture of opening his mouth wide and swallowing them in one gulp. Kui Dong smiled. "After getting rid of you, I have only explained half of my reasoning. Now, you just accompany master out of the city. I will stay behind to finish up." Chen Pingan nodded and reminded, "Don't kill indiscriminately." Kui Dong laughed and said, "How dare I not listen to master's words?" The bamboo basket moved slightly. Chen Pingan turned his head and saw the scholar-wood sword shaking slightly. The cute pocket-sized golden-clothed girl followed the sword and the basket to Chen Pingan's shoulder and waved at him. Chen Pingan understood and turned his head. The strange spirit that had been living in the scholar-wood sword whispered in his ear. Chen Pingan listened carefully and said to Kui Dong, "It told me that if you go to the academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, you should say 2 words to Mao Xiaodong. One is heaven and man are separated, and one's nature is changed. The other is etiquette rules, and the law rules." Kui Dong sighed softly with a complicated expression. Obviously, one of the words was the old scholar's parting words to him, and the other should be the last words that Qi Jingchun wanted to pass to Mao Xiaodong through Chen Pingan. Kui Dong was a little discouraged and pointed to the little person on Chen Pingan's shoulder. "This is the only incense stick figure left in Liju Cave. It has been shaped into a golden body. It is very rare. Master, there is a mountain god temple in Luopa Mountain. The mountain god is trustworthy. In the future, you can raise this incense stick figure in the temple." The golden-clothed girl standing on Chen Pingan's shoulder hesitated. Finally, she took a deep breath and looked at Kui Dong. Mr. Chi left a message, but at that time, Master said that you might not have a chance. Now that you have recognized Chen Pinggan as your master, although he is still a bad person, I think I can tell you." Kui Dong was stunned. His heart was a little excited. He slowly said seriously, "I'm all ears." The incense stick figure in golden clothes said in a childish voice, "Student asked crab 6 nails and 2 claws. What do you mean? Is it a typo?" Master answered that poor scholar is shy of money. Kui Dong held his belly and laughed until tears came out. Everyone was baffled. Kui Dong walked alone to the library. He could not stop laughing. As he walked, he wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. He turned his head and said with a smile, "Master, I won't see you off." Kui Sha walked into the library and stood by the window on the 2nd floor. Looking at Chen Ping'an's back, he shouted, "Mister, if you run into an extremely difficult situation, you can turn around and look for that old assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Just say that you are my mister. If you can go against your conscience and say that you and the old elementary scholar are half teacher and student, that would be even better." Chen Ping'an turned his head and said, "I know. Be careful." Kui Dong waved his hand and murmured, "You and I will work together." Kui Dong climbed all the way to the 6th floor and looked into the distance. The reason why he did not want to go to this floor was not because there was a mystery here. It was because of his youthful nature. It reminded Kui Dong of some unpleasant memories. Whether it was the first disciple of the sage of literature or the Dali imperial tutor, they were all youths. Kui Dong reached the top floor and fell back. He put the ancient inkstone aside, ignoring the dust that stained his white clothes. He turned his head and looked at the inkstone. "Since I've already started, why don't I catch all the flood dragons of ancient Shu in one go and raise them all?" Kui Dong looked at the colorful kassoon on the top floor. There was a majestic dragon carved on it. It was different from the library in his memory. It was dimly lit and did not have such beautiful scenery. Kui Dong closed his eyes and felt a little sleepy. He still remembered that when he was young, he was very talented. It was just that his temperament was unstable. He was mercilessly imprisoned in the attic on the top floor of the library by his grandfather, who had high hopes for him. The stairs were moved away and food boxes were delivered to him with ropes. Even eating, drinking, and defecating were done in such a small place. Naturally, there was also a toilet. It was changed every day. The child resisted and expressed his dissatisfaction. He often tore pages from books to use as toilet paper or folded paper into small flying kites. He threw them out of a small window and flew with the wind. Every time he did that, he would hear his grandfather scolding him from below the attic. At that time, the thing that Kui Dong did the most was to stack up all the books in the attic. He stood on top of the tall pile of books and leaned against the window to look at the river outside the city. He would often look at it for hours. At that time, Kui Dong was not called Kui Dong. It was Kui Dong. The word Kui Dong was the sound of water and Kui Dong was the word Kui Dong. The grandfather who named him hoped that when this grandson grew up, he would have the moral character and knowledge of famous mountains and rivers. He would be both intelligent and benevolent. He would be able to become a scholar and enter the ranks of gentlemen and virtuous people. But the child did not appreciate it. After he walked down from the attic, he quickly left his hometown to travel. He walked out of his home country, walked out of a continent, and finally went to the Central Plains. He hated that he did not go far enough. He wanted to be as far away from that stubborn old man as possible. He even purposely removed the word Kui Dong, leaving only the word Kui Dong that he liked. In the long years that followed, he always called himself Kui Dong. Even when Kui Dong returned to the Aquarius continent and became the Dali imperial tutor, he still did not return to his hometown. He did not want to go back. Kui Dong opened his eyes and used his sleeve to wipe his face. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a man sad?" An old man dressed in a scholarly robe appeared on the top floor. It was the old flood dragon. The old man stared at the ink slab with a gloomy expression. Kui Dong did not get up. He waved his sleeve and threw the ink slab to the old man. "Your 300 years of cultivation has been destroyed." The previous matter is considered settled. Next, you do not need to rush to Longquan County to help capture the remaining vile spawn of the flood dragon. Regardless of age, lock them up in the ink slab. My master left behind many snake gall stones of the best quality and did not bring them out of his hometown. It is fortunate that he did not bring them out. Otherwise, with his character, who knows if he would become a child of wealth and squander them all away. Now is the right time, we can make the best use of them in the future. Kui Dong sat up and casually shook his shoulders. The old flood dragon kept the ink slab. He could clearly sense the change in the young man's aura. The anger in his heart instantly disappeared and turned into helplessness and admiration. Imperial tutor is indeed the imperial tutor. Kui Dong sighed. From 0 to 3, from 3 to 5, it is not worth making a fuss about. In this small Aquarius continent, it is considered rare. But if it was the Central Plains divine continent, you would not even need to stay there for 1,000 years. In a short 100 years, you would discover countless shocking geniuses. They would rise rapidly and then fall in an instant. It would even be too much for your eyes to take in. In the end, you would discover that only being old and immortal is truly powerful. The Confucian-robed old man, the founder of the Purple Sun residence and the father of the Hansha River god. He was the retired assistant minister of the Yellow Court Nation. He shook his head and laughed. That is not a place we can stay. Once we are discovered, there is an 80% to 90% chance that we will be skinned alive by those great empires. Kui Dong was still sitting on the ground. He said with a wooden expression, "Things have changed again. In the capital of Dali, there are people who feel that you are not able to convince the masses to accept you as the mountain leader of the new cloud-splitting mountain academy. Although I am against it, the emperor has already decided to only let you be the deputy mountain leader. You might not be able to secure the second position. This is my, Kui Dong's, mistake. So if you want to go back on your words, I have no objections." The old man smiled calmly. Deputy mountain leader with a seat at the back. I think it is quite good. There is no need to be a bird in the woods. Kui Dong turned his head and frowned. You are being courteous with me now. If you go back on your words in the future, I will not be so nice. The old man shook his head. I am not being courteous. Kui Dong's strange temperament was revealed again. Instead of feeling relieved, he mocked, "No wonder you can live for so long." The old man did not take it to heart. He sighed. Now I only hope to live a little longer. Kui Dong stood up. Without any movement, all the dust from his white clothes drifted away. Next, I will have to trouble you to send me to the Great Sui Kingdom. After that, you can come back here and settle the matter of Jilan Prefecture. You can also instigate the water god outside the city to rebel. The old man's expression was strange. Kui Dong walked in front of the old man and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Are you not used to people riding on your neck? What is there to be embarrassed about? In ancient times, deities riding on dragons was not much different from rich people riding on donkeys. It is very normal." The old man smiled bitterly. He accepted his fate and said, "Then I will wait for you outside the building." Kui Dong nodded. The old man's figure flashed and disappeared. In the sky above the city, the wind and clouds suddenly surged. The clouds drooped and almost touched the top of the library. Outside the city, the river god transformed into a human and stood by the river. He looked up and was full of respect. The city god pavilion and the three deities of the civil and martial temples were the same. Kui Dong tiptoed and floated out of the window. He passed through the sea of clouds and landed on the head of an old flood dragon. He sat cross-legged. The old flood dragon shook its tail and moved forward with the wind. A white-clothed youth with a mole between his brows was like a legendary deity riding on a heavenly dragon. Kui Dong smiled and closed his eyes. He formed seals with his hands and practiced the sword furnace stance out of boredom. One is marked by the company one keeps. At the city gate, Chen Pingan turned his head and looked. The sea of clouds in the sky was rolling. Beside him were two children who looked like page boys. When the little boy in green walked out of the city gate, he felt that he was a ferocious tiger returning to the mountain and a flood dragon entering the sea. He swaggered and said, "Old master, that fellow is really ferocious." The little girl in pink glanced at her archenemy, who spoke without thinking. She pursed her lips and refused to speak. Chen Pinggan stretched out a palm and gently pressed on the head of the little boy in green. "He is my student." The little boy in green was so frightened that he hurriedly ran away. Chen Pinggan continued forward. Is this considered as one who is close to ink being black? "165. Along the way, it was very lively. It was so lively that even someone as patient as Chen Pinggan felt that his ears were not clear. All of this was attributed to the little boy in green, who was even more talkative than Kui Dong. It was early winter and they had already traveled together for half a day. The three of them slowly walked along the cold and bleak official road. The little boy in green started to pester Chen Pinggan again. "When we reach Master's house in Longquan County, can you not make me a servant who sweeps the floor and makes the bed? It's a little embarrassing. If news of this were to spread to the capital, they would laugh at me for hundreds of years. How can I be the big brother of those demons and water ghosts? Master, you don't know that I can get whatever I want here. When my name is mentioned, everyone will give me a thumbs up." Chen Pinggan pretended not to hear because he knew that if he answered, it would be a disaster. The little boy in green continued, "If you don't believe me, you can ask that silly girl. Even the officials and nobles in the capital treat me like a god. Only the prince who lives in the capital is a little more arrogant. He can only be considered polite to me and not warm enough. However, he has a good relationship with my brother and we often have fun together. Master, why don't you come to my house on the way? You don't even want me to greet you. Otherwise, I'm not bragging, but I'll definitely give you a grand ceremony with loud gongs and drums and boiling river water." Through chatting with the girl in pink in private, Chen Pinggan roughly understood the temperament of the river snake. He was very impulsive and was often pushed out by the water god to block disasters. Many disasters that caused a sensation in the Huangting country were obviously not related to him, but the water god used words to provoke him. He was the one who foolishly took the blame and even thought of himself as a hero. There was once when he was chased by a grand elder of the Lingyun sect and fled for more than 2,000 miles. At that time, the shy little girl spoke her mind and said that it would be good if he didn't come back. Chen Pinggan saw that he was going to brag about his great achievements and couldn't help but interrupt. "Do you really not know that the water god used you as a shield? Or do you know but don't care?" The girl in pink nodded in agreement. The little boy in blue didn't dare to say anything to Chen Pinggan, but his sharp eyes noticed the little python's movements. He sneered and said, "You little girl, what do you know about brotherhood?" At this point, he opened his mouth wide, revealing his white teeth. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws at the girl. "If you continue to blabber and ruin my image in front of Master, I'll find a chance to eat you. Then I'll shit you out." The girl in pink had a bitter look in her eyes. She thought to herself, "I clearly didn't say anything. You only know how to pick on the weak." Chen Pinggan shook the basket on his back. Although Kui Dong had returned to the capital academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, he was still worried. However, Chen Pinggan knew that there was nothing he could do except worry. Chen Pinggan raised his hands, exhaled, and looked up at the sky. It was winter. He didn't know when it would snow this year. He wanted to return to the town before the new year. If he really couldn't make it in time, he would let go of the walking stance and practice the sword furnace stance. This would allow the little boy in blue to transform into the true form of the water snake. He would try his best to choose the wilderness where there were few people. Chen Pinggan left the small piece of dragon-slaying platform that Mr. Qi had cut out from somewhere for Li Baoping. The mountain search map given by the blind old Taoist was given to Lin Shuyi. However, Chen Pinggan still had a lot of belongings. It was just that they didn't take up much space. Now that he didn't need to take care of the children's studies, his basket seemed a little empty. This made Chen Pinggan feel a little uncomfortable. Alliance had robbed the lord of the land and Wei Pai at Chiduan Mountain. In the end, Chen Pinggan got a withered golden lotus seed. It was the leftover from everyone. Until now, no one knew what it was used for. There was a small incense person living in the Huai-wood sword. After it appeared in the provincial city, it went into hiding again. After making the green bamboo book boxes for the three of them, there were still some pieces of bamboo left. Chen Pinggan practiced engraving when he had nothing to do. He recorded the famous sayings that he felt were knowledgeable. There were a few books that Mr. Wensheng had personally picked out. Chen Pinggan used to wear a white jade hairpin that he had carved himself in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. Now, he took it off and carefully kept it. After they left the capital together, Kui Dong said that the most valuable thing was actually the wooden box. However, Chen Pinggan had left it with the 3 hairpins to Li Baoping. Of course, Chen Pinggan didn't feel bad about it. There was a pair of seal of mountains and rivers, as well as the significant calm heart complacency seal. There was also the young Taoist priest surnamed Lu and the few pieces of paper with the prescription. In order to practice his calligraphy, Chen Pinggan would still take them out from time to time. As for the small sword embryo that looked like a silver ingot, it was said to be related to the Sui mountain in the Central Plains. It was unusually bright and could illuminate people at night. However, there were some things in the basket that Chen Pinggan didn't expect. In addition to a letter that Kui Dong had written and put in the basket, there were 2 Spring Festival couplets and a Fu character. In the letter, Kui Dong said that this was a little gift from his student and hoped that the teacher would accept it. Don't worry, the words were just words, there was no calculation. It could be seen that Kui Dong had not only thought about returning to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, but also knew that Chen Pinggan would make up his mind. Chen Pinggan was a little scared about this, but he couldn't say anything. In addition, there were 2 copybooks in the basket, Green Mountain and Clearwater Calligraphy. The content was also written in a very formal way. The other one was very fitting for Kui Dong's absurd character. It was called Teacher, Please Put More Oil and Salt Calligraphy. It was full of complaints about Chen Pinggan's stinginess. The handwriting. Chen Pinggan couldn't say what it was, but he felt that it was really good and pleasing to the eye. Just looking at the copybooks, he felt like he was standing in the alley of clouds and flowing water. Along the way, the little boy in green continued to nag, completely not tired. The girl in pink followed behind Chen Pinggan obediently. She was even carrying Kui Dong's book box. No matter how Chen Pinggan persuaded her, the little girl didn't dare to put anything in his basket. Chen Pinggan thought about it and remembered that she was a fire python that had lived for hundreds of years. She wasn't Li Baoping, so she wouldn't be tired. When he thought of this, the youth couldn't wait to turn around and walk directly to the school of the New Cliff Academy. He stood in the corner and watched as Li Baoping and the others happily listened to the teacher's lecture. They weren't bullied and were living well. This let Chen Pinggan know that even if he wasn't by their side, they were living well, or even better. Chen Pinggan took a deep breath and began to walk silently. The New Cliff Academy had become an important topic of conversation in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. Almost all the aristocratic families were talking about it. It was very interesting to watch the fire burning across the river. Of course, the few families that were involved in the storm wouldn't find it interesting. For example, the elders of the Chu family in Nanshi, the Han family in Shangzhou State, and the house of the Marquis of Huayuan weren't in a good mood. Every day when they went to court, their faces were gloomy. The Great Sui Kingdom emphasized literature over martial arts. However, martial artists were not as popular as scholars in the court. The imperial censorate of the Great Sui Kingdom was noble and powerful. Recently, the court was very lively. The censorate and the 6 departments all expressed their opinions and took sides on the fight between the students of the academy. Their words were not polite at all. Some stood up for Old Han, Shangzhou State, and the Marquis of Huayuan, saying that the foreign students were ruthless and didn't have the slightest elegance of a scholar. There were also those who criticized the poor discipline of the officials, saying that the children who came from Dali Longquan were not in the wrong. They couldn't let others bully them and not fight back. Then there were the former who retorted. How could it be called bullying? It was normal for scholars to argue with each other. How could it be called bullying? For this reason, he cited the classics and spoke with fervor and assurance, giving examples of famous debates in history. He also praised Nanjian Kingdom's style of speech, but Nanjian Kingdom was unwilling to admit defeat and refuted him with tit for tat. The disturbance in the capital that attracted countless attention began with a quarrel between 4 children in a dormitory of the academy. Later, a foreign girl named Li Baoping hurt them with a sharp weapon. One of the children who was beaten happened to be the son of the Marquis of Huayuan. Since the Marquis of Huayuan and the Chu family of Nanxi were in-laws, the eldest grandson of the Chu family was this year's outstanding talent in the academy. At the age of 16, he was known as a child prodigy and was recognized as a gentleman's weapon in the Great Sui Kingdom. The eldest grandson of the Chu family, who lived up to expectations after growing up, didn't show up at once after hearing the news. However, 2 of his schoolmates in the academy, the youngest grandson of the pillar of the state and a young man of the Great Sui Kingdom, went to find trouble with the girl. Of course, they didn't beat her, but they did talk rudely. Coincidentally, Lin Shuyi, who was from the same hometown of the girl, happened to see them. After a while, they rolled up their sleeves and had a big fight. How could the 2 be a match for the disciple of the great Confucian scholar Dongjing? They were badly beaten. Now, the eldest grandson of the Chu family, who was also regarded as a jade of cultivation, couldn't just sit by and watch. He went to find Lin Shuyi and had a wonderful fight. One of them took the cloud thunder zither, an ancestral celestial device, and used the lightning collected by a great qi cultivator to make the strings of the zither with a secret method. Every time he played the zither, the sound of thunder would roll and the momentum was extraordinary. Lin Shuyi, a foreign teenager who had become famous in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, also performed well. He used the 5 thunders righteous method and also had a cultivation of the 3rd state. Although he was at a disadvantage in the face of the Chu family's talent who had a top-grade celestial device, he still fought in a well-organized way and shocked the world. It was said that this fight even alarmed the great Confucian scholar Dongjing and a group of old masters who heard the news. They watched the fight from a distance, not only to join in the fun, but also to prevent accidents. In the end, the eldest grandson of the Chu family broke a string of the thunder zither without hesitation. Lin Shuyi was slightly injured, but his skin was torn and his flesh was exposed. He suffered a lot. In fact, there were also factions within the academy. When His Majesty personally came to the academy, although he did not personally see such a big scene, he bestowed heavy gifts to those foreigners. After that, the teachers and teachers of the academy clearly paid close attention to those people's homework. This naturally made the native students of the Great Sui dynasty feel aggrieved. The students who had followed Deputy Mountain Master Maro Xiaodong from the old academy of the Great Li dynasty had probably suffered a lot during their academic life in a foreign country. Therefore, other than a few people, the majority stood on the side of Lin Shuyi and Li Baoping without hesitation. In this way, the Cliff Academy was divided into 2 camps, each with a common enemy. The academy was filled with a tense and hostile atmosphere. But it was strange that the teachers turned a blind eye to it, and to a large extent, encouraged the atmosphere to spread. At this critical moment, someone stood out and added fuel to the fire. The son of the late General Pan Maozhen, who was originally a loner who didn't interact with anyone, found Lin Shuyi after he recovered. He was hit by the latter's thunder technique and sent Lin Shuyi flying with a punch. This time, Lin Shuyi was seriously injured. He vomited blood and struggled to get up, but was punched in the head by the boy surnamed Pan. He fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. The son of a general of the Great Sui Kingdom, who acted decisively like a fierce soldier on the battlefield, didn't forget to spit on Lin Shuyi. The teachers of the Cliff Academy began to intervene, and didn't allow anyone to fight in private. But the girl with the strange name, the dark-skinned girl, didn't even visit Lin Shuyi. She directly found the boy surnamed Pan on the same day and beat him until he was bleeding from all 7 orifices. He could only run for his life. If it wasn't for a teacher hurriedly intervening and stopping the girl's pursuit, the boy who was originally proficient in martial arts would have become a sickly invalid. Finally, this increasingly fierce farce showed signs of ending with the appearance of a student of the academy. This student of the academy was a legendary figure. He was born in a poor family and was recognized as having the knowledge to be an assistant teacher of the academy before he turned 20. He had previously left the Great Sway Kingdom to go to Lakeview Academy. He passed the joint examination of 9 famous gentlemen and received the official title of a Confucian sage. This time, he returned to the Great Sway Kingdom with a full load. The imperial court of the Great Sway Kingdom specially sent the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites out of the city to personally welcome this young Confucian sage. What was even more enviable was that His Majesty asked a great Martin temple in the palace to give this future pillar of the Great Sway Kingdom a set of priceless stationery as a sign of appreciation. Therefore, this student of the academy named Li Zhongying entered Donghua Mountain with the identity of a sage and the imperial gift from the emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom. The first thing he did after climbing the mountain and entering the academy was to find Li Huai and apologize. Then, he visited Lin Shuyi, who was bedridden. Finally, he stood in front of the young girl, Xie Xie, and said that both of them should not be impulsive. After all, Cliff Academy was a place for learning. After Li Zhongying left, Xie Xie did not say a word from beginning to end. The emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom was not famous for being a diligent monarch. Generally speaking, he was not famous. He was not as great as the Emperor Dali, nor was he as eloquent as the emperor of the Southern Stream Kingdom. He was not even as famous as the emperor of the Lu family who had fallen. However, the Eastern Vase continent had always been rich in the south and desolate in the north. The Great Sway Kingdom was unique in the north. Even the dignitaries of the Southern Stream Kingdom were willing to visit them. The children of the Great Sway Kingdom were also frequent visitors of the Lakeview Academy. The emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom rarely called upon the pillars of the Great Sway Kingdom, including the senior officials of the 6 ministries, to hold a small court meeting in the Yangshan House after the morning court. However, today was an exception. However, many officials, including the minister of the Ministry of Rites, knew that the crisis at the academy had reached the point where the emperor had to personally deal with it. Therefore, the short old man who was also the mountain master of the academy became the focus of attention. The heavenly official, the number 1 person in the 6 ministries, walked together with his good friends in the court. There was no panic on his face. The short but powerful minister of the Ministry of Rites looked confident. However, the few involved parties, including old Zhuge Han, did not look so good. The small court meeting was neither hot nor hot. It was not even as hot as the charcoal fire in the small braziers in the room. It was just that the emperor took out some undecided matters of the big court meeting and stirred up the cold rice. Everyone present had cultivated in the officialdom for most of their lives. They were already familiar with such ordinary court affairs. Soon, they passed the resolutions one by one. It was believed that the resolutions would be quickly passed from the center of the capital to the other places. When the matter was settled, the emperor took a sip of the still warm lotus seed soup. Everyone was refreshed and knew that the main event was finally coming. The emperor put down the cup and looked around. He smiled and said, "What, my dear ministers, are you all waiting to see me make a fool of myself?" Although old Zhuge Han was old, he was still hale and hearty. He sat upright on the chair and looked dignified without being angry. However, he was also a bit embarrassed at this moment. Marquis Huayuan, who was in his 30s, was even more restless. Normally, after a hereditary marquis of the Great Sway Kingdom had made meritorious contributions, he would not take the initiative to attend the morning court meeting unless there was an important matter. This was an established rule in the officialdom. However, today, several big shots, including old Zhuge Han, had kindly sent him a message and asked him to attend the morning court meeting today. Otherwise, he would not have a chance to explain himself if something happened. When the emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom saw that several ministers wanted to stand up and apologize at the same time, he smiled and gestured several times. "Don't stand up. Just sit down and talk. I'm not here to denounce you today. I just want to know something that is not a rumor. You don't know, but recently, everyone, including Xian has been talking about this every day. Their schoolwork is a mess, and their chief teacher has been complaining. He is so angry that he wants them to go to Cliff Academy to study." The Minister of Rites, who was the smallest but the highest-ranking official, slowly stood up and told the emperor of the general story. He was impartial. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom smiled and asked, "Was it old Maro himself who said that he would not interfere with the children's quarrels?" The Minister of Rites nodded and said, "Yes." The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom hummed and said, "I see." Then he fell into deep thought. In fact, none of the ministers of the Great Sui Kingdom were naive enough to think that the emperor really did not know anything. Did he really think that the spies of the Great Sui Kingdom were vegetarians? Just to deal with the infiltration of Dallas men of sacrifice and spies, the annual secret expenses of the Great Sui Kingdom's Ministry of Revenue were like flowing water. It was just that they did not make a sound. In fact, if the emperor of the Lu family had listened to the advice of the Great Sui Kingdom, not been so conceited, and believed in the information provided by the Great Sui Kingdom spies, and made early preparations, even if the Lu family's empire was destroyed and the ending could not be changed, it would not have happened so quickly. It was so fast that the entire Great Sui Kingdom's scholarly officials could not help but curse the Lu family's imperial court for being useless. If the scholarly officials were like this, then the generals of the Great Sui Kingdom were even worse. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom slowly came back to his senses. He smiled and said to old Zhuge Han and the others, "That's it. Let's stop here. Even if the children have no bad intentions, there should be a limit to the quarrel between them." The first half of the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom's words were actually the same as what Maro Xiaodong had said in the headmaster's courtyard. Then the small imperial court meeting ended just like that. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom left the Minister of Rites alone. When the short old man saw the emperor stand up, he went to the brazier and squatted down. He personally picked up the iron tongs and stirred the charcoal fire. The eunuchs guarding outside the door did not do it for him. The old man did not find it strange. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom put down the small iron tongs and reached out his hand above the charcoal fire. He said softly, looking at the history books, "The pressure comes not only from the strong enemies of the neighboring countries, but also from our own people who are loyal to the emperor and love the people." The heavenly official's Adam's apple moved slightly, and sweat seeped out of his forehead. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom laughed self-deprecatingly, turned around and waved at the old man. The Minister of Rites hurried over and squatted with the emperor awkwardly. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom smiled and asked, "Why did Dali go south in such a hurry?" Originally, Lakeview Academy's attitude was vague and did not want to give a clear answer. Now they are even more anxious than us. That young man called Li Zhongying has been deliberately delaying giving him the title of a sage. I heard that later in Lakeview Academy, there are even voices of directly giving Li Zhongying the title of a gentleman. Don't you think it's funny? This question could not be answered casually even if he was beaten to death. The short old man became more and more nervous. The emperor asked, "If it were Minister Ma and the others, any one of them would not be trembling with fear like you. Their backs are very strong. Then do you know why it was you in the end, and not the Hill Master of the Cliff Academy?" The short old man said softly, "Because I am the least literate. As the Hill Master of the new academy, Your Majesty does not have to worry about having a conflict with Maro Xiaodong." The emperor reminded, "Call him Elder Mao." The short old man said fearfully, "Yes, yes, yes, Elder Mao." The emperor nodded and said to himself, "How much respect can Dali give to Mr. Qi? I can even give the same respect to Elder Mao. This is the biggest difference between me and Dali, the barbarian of the Song family." The short old man was about to say something. The emperor shook his head with a smile. "But it is not very useful." The minister of the Ministry of Rites was completely flustered. In fact, His Majesty rarely spoke to his officials like this. Except for the time when the old man unexpectedly became the Minister of Heaven of the Great Sui Kingdom 10 years ago, this was the second time. His Majesty said with emotion, "Literate and bookish. Of course, all of you scholars have to be literate. But just having literate character and only governing the court with morals may not be beneficial to the country." The old man did not dare to continue to be silent. He had to bite the bullet and reply dryly, "Your Majesty is wise." The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom turned his head and said with a smile, "You are good in everything, but too cautious. In the future, Don't do anything that will tarnish your reputation. Do you think I don't know the character of your children? How would they dare to embezzle the land of the common people? Especially your youngest son. He is such a good scholar. Not to mention that he will be in the top 3, he will definitely have the skills to pass the imperial examinations. Why do you have to suppress him? The old man's lips trembled. In the end, he gritted his teeth, stood up and knelt down again. He choked with sobs and said, I can only use this clumsy method to share your Majesty's burden. The Emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom helped the old man up and said gently, in the court, many people say that you are just a good man who makes mistakes. But I think that a minister like you is the real indispensable pillar of the Great Sway Kingdom. The old man suddenly burst into tears. He only felt that the grievances of more than 10 years were swept away. He knelt down again and said, I am not worthy of your Majesty's trust. The Emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom gently kicked the old man and said with a smile, You are the minister of the Ministry of Rights. How dare you act shamelessly? Get up quickly. This is outrageous. The short old man got up and hurriedly wiped his face. Your Majesty, please excuse me. The Emperor sat back in his seat and waved his hand. Go back. The short old man bowed and left. The Emperor took out a Confucian classic from a small pile of books and flipped through it page by page. Without looking up, he asked casually, I heard that there are many strange winds in the world. Is one of them called the wind of flipping books? The Emperor's voice was very low, but the tall eunuch outside the door still answered, Your Majesty, it is indeed so. There is no evidence to investigate where this wind comes from. We only know that it likes to flip through books. The books are old and new. This wind is so faint that ordinary cultivators can't detect it. If it is guided and absorbed into the body, this wind will slowly flow in the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. If you often flip through books to read, it can prolong your life. The Emperor looked up and said in surprise, So good. Then does our Great Sway Kingdom have it? The old eunuch with white eyebrows and hair shook his head and said, The wind of flipping books has always been unique to the Confucian Academy. It can't be found anywhere else. Even in the Taoist sects, the Wind Snow Temple, or the Zhenwu Mountain, you can't find a trace of it. The Emperor sighed and said, The creation of heaven and earth is so mysterious. It's a pity that I'm an emperor. The old eunuch smiled and said, This is your Majesty's misfortune, but it is the Great Sway Kingdom's great fortune. The man in the dragon robe laughed heartily and his face was full of joy. The Emperor put down the book and suddenly asked the eunuch outside the door, Do we need to let Jiao Xian go to the Cliff Academy to study? The old eunuch didn't hesitate in the slightest as he shook his head and said, Even though the trip to Pearl Abode last time was dangerous, it was extremely rewarding. Your Highness can be considered to have occupied 2 enormous fortuitous encounters by yourself, so there's no need for you to seek knowledge. Moreover, since your Majesty dared to agree to this matter and follow me to the enemy country Dali, this is a great opportunity of the great path. The Emperor nodded and sighed, So, Xian is luckier than me. However, the Emperor rubbed his temples and said with a headache, But Xian suffered an undeserved disaster. His mother finally persuaded him to go to the king's fiefdom, which was quite a joyous thing. But Jiao Xian, this guy, called himself Jiao Zhan in Lizhu Cave Heaven, and the enemy girl who happened to pass by came directly from the sky with several sword immortals from other continents and found Xian. Although she found out later that she mistook him for someone else, she quickly apologized and left. But Xian has been cowardly since he was a child and was quite frightened. It's my fault. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so impulsive in the alley of Lizhu Cave Heaven. The tall eunuch bowed slightly, his face full of guilt. The Emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom waved his hand and said, It has nothing to do with you. Don't think too much. By the way, did you find out the girl's true identity? The eunuch shook his head and said, It's difficult. I only know that she's someone from the inverted hanging mountain. She might have something to do with the Great Wall of Sword Energy. It's really tricky. The Emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom sighed and said, It's normal that you can't find out. After all, it's not the same continent as that group of sword cultivators from the north. Once it involves the inverted hanging mountain and the Great Wall of Sword energy, it's even more secretive. Those two places have always been the biggest taboo in our world. The emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom finally said helplessly, "The world is so big, and there's more than one key place." Lin Shuyi was now living alone in a dormitory. The rest of his roommates from the Great Sway Kingdom had already moved elsewhere. Today, the originally quiet dormitory was a little lively. Lin Shuyi leaned on the pillow and closed his eyes to rest. Li Baoping hugged the narrow saber auspicious symbol and sat at the head of the bed with a gloomy face. Li Huai stood a little further away, with a pitiful look on his face, as if he wanted to cry but didn't dare to. The child plucked up his courage and took a few steps forward, saying, "How about I go and apologize to those 3 people? The academy said that Li Zhongying is a sage of the Confucian school. Even the emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom thinks highly of him. He also said that he's an immortal in the middle 5 states. We can't beat him." Li Baoping was like a little wild cat whose tail had been stepped on. He turned his head and stared at Li Huai and said angrily, "What's there to apologize for? Li Huai, what kind of books are you reading? If Mr. Li and youngest uncle were here, they would be pissed off by you." Li Huai was shocked, but this time he didn't hide and cry. Instead, he stiffened his neck and sobbed, "It's all because of me that Lin Shuyi was injured. I know it's not over yet. I'm not afraid of being beaten to death. But Li Baoping, what about you? If Chen Pinggan knew that you were injured because of me, he would hate me to death. He would definitely ignore me for the rest of his life." Li Huai finally burst into tears. No matter how hard he tried to wipe them away, he couldn't stop his tears. When Li Baoping saw Li Huai's sad look, she swallowed some angry words that were about to come out of her mouth. She said sullenly, "Li Huai, you're not wrong. You don't have to apologize. Don't worry. Even if I suffer losses, youngest uncle won't blame you." Speaking of this, Li Baoping looked at Li Huai with firm eyes. "Because if youngest uncle were here, he would also tell you that you were right, Li Huai." Speaking of Chen Pinggan, Li Huai was even sadder. He squatted on the ground and cried, sobbing, "The academy is full of bad people. If Chen Pinggan were here, he would definitely not let Lin Shuyi be injured. And he wouldn't let Li Baoping be scolded." Lin Shuyi, who smelled of herbs, sighed softly. He didn't open his eyes, but just smiled bitterly. Lin Shuyi knew that someone must be adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes. He couldn't understand the conspiracy in the imperial court and the conspiracy behind the scenes of the family. But if Chen Pinggan really stayed in the academy, things might get worse. But even so, there were at least 3 people in the room. They wouldn't be so confused, as if they had lost their backbone. Everything they did seemed wrong, because everything they did made them feel insecure. They were used to the days when Chen Pinggan was by their side. These days, Lin Shuyi was lying in bed, thinking of many things. It was only now that Lin Shou understood the many soul-stirring decisions, such as Chiduan Mountain, the wedding dress ghost, and the weight of the burden on Chen Pinggan's shoulders in the face of Zhu Lu's assassination. He also understood the seemingly innocuous decisions, such as who would start the fire to cook, who would keep watch, how they would choose the route, which scenic spots they had to visit, and so on and so forth. Just how tedious and torturous they were. A teasing voice sounded at the door. "Oh, our General Li Huai is crying so sadly." Lin Shuyi opened his eyes and looked, smiling. "You're here." Li Baoping saw the familiar figure, and her face was full of confusion. Li Huai turned his head and stared blankly at the slim tanned girl. He sniffled and continued to sob with his head down. Xie leaned against the door. "If you can't beat him, just bear with it. It's not a big deal." Li Baoping wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Xie sighed, "I can't help it. Even if you lend me the auspicious symbol knife, I can't beat that hypocrite named Li Zhongying." Speaking of this, she felt a little helpless. If it weren't for those insidious dragon-trapping nails that imprisoned most of her cultivation, she wouldn't have to be so restrained. Xie suddenly turned her head, a little surprised. The uninvited guest walked slowly with his hands folded in his sleeves. The tall young man stood at the door with a smile and looked at the girl standing beside him, Li Huai who was squatting, Li Baoping who was sitting, and Lin Shuyi who was lying down. Then he said softly with a smile, "Don't blame me for being late. I thought you could handle it." Lin Shuyi closed his eyes again. Obviously, he didn't like this thoughtful remnant of the Lu family. Yu Lu didn't get angry, but he stopped smiling. "I'm here to ask you a question. If Chen Pinggan was here, what would he do?" Li Huai thought of the disturbance on the ferry of Xiuhua River for no reason and whispered, "Chen Pinggan would reason with him first." Li Baoping was in high spirits. After that, if the other party still seemed reasonable but was actually unreasonable, youngest martial uncle would reason with his fists again. Lin Shuyi raised the corner of his mouth and didn't show his emotions. Yu Lu replied, "Oh, then I understand." The tall young man turned around and left, as if nothing had happened. Xie Xie frowned and asked, "What are you going to do?" With his back to the girl, Yu Lu waved his hand and left. "On the way here, Chen Pinggan guarded the first half of the night, and I was responsible for the second half of the night. It used to be like this, and it should be like this in the future." Li Huai was a little confused. Li Baoping opened her eyes wide and looked at Lin Shuyi. "Yu Lu wouldn't be looking for trouble with that hypocrite, right?" Lin Shuyi was skeptical. "I don't think so." Xie Xie wondered, "But I feel like he's looking for trouble." Li Zhongying liked to read and was good at it. Not only did he have a photographic memory, but he could also draw inferences about other things. He was a true scholar. Therefore, the new library of Cliff Academy was his favorite place to stay. There was no curfew in the library. Late that night, Li Zhongying was reading alone by candlelight. He suddenly looked up and smiled. "You're Yu Lu, right? Do you need something from me?" Yu Lu put his hands in his sleeves. The tall young man habitually bowed and nodded with a smile. "Yes." Dressed in a scholarly robe, Li Zhongying stood up with a smile on his face. "Please speak." Yu Lu stretched out a hand from his sleeve and threw a bag full of silver to Li Zhongying. Li Zhongying was puzzled. "This is?" Li Zhongying's body suddenly tensed up as if he was facing a great enemy. He saw the tall young man who always gave people the impression of being polite and harmless slowly walk forward with a bright smile. "If the money for your medicine is not enough, please allow me to owe you first. First set a small goal, such as 1 second to remember. Book Guest House mobile version reading website. (166). Li Zhongying saw the tall young man walking towards her. Although she was vigilant, a surge of great spirit appeared in her body. Her sleeves fluttered slightly. This great Sui Kingdom's youngest Confucian sage still said with a pleasant expression, "I know that you and Li Huai are students from the same hometown. If you want to fight for them, that's fine. But can you tell me the truth before you fight? If you say you've won against me, I won't fight back. I'm willing to let you punch me." But Yu Lu still didn't stop walking. His smile didn't change. But he said something that Li Zhongying didn't understand. "I've always been the one guarding the second half of the night. So let's put the truth aside for now. If you have the chance to meet Li Baoping's youngest martial uncle, ask him yourself. I'm not going to talk to you about this tonight." There were only 5 steps between them. Yu Lu took a big step forward. At the same time, he smiled and said, "Let's fight. Be careful. Don't let me punch you half to death so easily. You'll cause me to owe too much and borrow money from someone. If you don't want to pay it back, you have to be his close friend. I'm not qualified." As soon as the domineering words fell, Yu Lu took a second step. Li Zhongying felt a dull sound from the ground. Because the force only penetrated the ground and didn't spread out on the ground, the momentum on the stage wasn't shocking. But the more it was like this, the more Li Zhongying was shocked. With this step, she could see the strength of the tall young man in front of her. He was definitely a pure martial artist who was at least level 4. She couldn't underestimate him. Although Li Zhongying's mind was running fast, it did not delay the qi activity in her body. Like a flood breaking through a dam, the qi cultivator's qi activity poured out violently. Qi cultivators were born with the advantage of internal martial arts. They cultivated their body and qi at the same time. In particular, Li Zhongying had been blessed with great fortune since she was a child. After she showed her prowess, She was soon favored by a Qi refinement grandmaster of the Great Sui Kingdom. He taught her the secret art of longevity, and her cultivation rose rapidly. Now, she was already in the 6th level of the cave state. If Lin Shuyi in the Cliff Academy was a piece of jade that had yet to be tested and polished, then Li Zhongying was a piece of jade that had already taken shape, sparkling and translucent both inside and outside. For Qi refinement warriors, the difference between 5, 6, and 90 was huge. For martial artists, the difference between 3, 4, 6, or 7 was huge. Seeing that Yu Lu was right in front of his eyes, Li Zhongying first made a concealment gesture, then took a few steps back, 2 fingers together, and placed them in front of his chest, like a sword cultivator making a sword stance. It was a simple gesture, but after Li Zhongying used it, it vaguely had the demeanor of a master, giving people the feeling that it was open and above board. Not only that, in the library, wisps of light green qi suddenly came to life, like a fish in water, and crazily rushed towards Li Zhongying. The 6th level of the cave state was the opening of the door of the cave state. It was the opening of the acupoints to take in qi, and it began to absorb Reiki from the heaven and earth. The 365 acupoints in the human body were like 365 natural caves and blessed lands. This was also why people said that man was the leader of all creatures. Why did all the demons in the world sharpen their minds and first change into human form before continuing to cultivate? The reason was this. Excluding the 7 acupoints that were naturally opened at birth, men only needed to open 9 acupoints to enter the next level. Women, however, needed to open 12 acupoints to advance. Many female cultivators didn't have a high level of cultivation, and there were relatively few people at the end of the middle 5 levels because many people were blocked at this level. However, fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. Once a woman opened more acupoints in this level, she would gain more benefits in the middle 5 levels. Li Zhongying said softly, "Raise the array." Following the voice of this academy sage, crystal clear unsheathed swords appeared around the young man, circling in a circle of different heights. Dozens of sword qi slowly rotated. These 3 feet green peaks were formed by Li Zhongying's Reiki. Even though they had yet to materialize, they were already awe-inspiring and intimidating. Yu Lu's response was simple and domineering, his fist moving in a straight line. Like a cavalry cutting through the array. Li Zhongying dismissed it with a smile, 2 fingers pointing at Yu Lu. The 3-sword qi in front of her slanted, wanting to use the tip of the sword to contend against the tall youth. Yu Lu, who had previously revealed his 4th level of cultivation, suddenly sped up, 1 step shattering the bricks on the ground, his fist breaking through the air. The sword qi instantly shattered. The 3-sword qi didn't even have time to display their power before they were smashed by Yu Lu's 3 punches while changing the array. Li Zhongying's heart moved slightly, moving sideways a few steps, still neither fast nor slow. As she moved, she was filled with the casual elegance of a Confucian scholar. At the same time, the remaining sword qi also formed a formation beside her. Yu Lu's leg whipped towards her. All the sword qi exploded on Li Zhongying's left side at the same time, the air rippled, causing Li Zhongying's vision to blur, as if she was facing a poor copper mirror used by commoners. Li Zhongying was a little annoyed. Why did this Yu Lu have to be so ruthless and overbearing? Li Zhongying snorted coldly, using the gang steps in a small space. Before that swift and fierce whipping leg swept towards her shoulder, she had already changed her position, arriving at the place where Yu Lu had started. The 2 of them had reversed their positions. Yu Lu, who had spun around in the air, his sea of qi sank and he landed on the ground instantly. With a tap of his toes, he flew forward like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, silent. His speed was so fast that it was beyond imagination, to the extent that Li Zhongying wanted to borrow qi from heaven and earth had become an extravagant hope. She could only temporarily use the spirit qi in her body, no longer avoiding the sharp edge. Instead of retreating, she advanced, punching towards that unrelenting tall youth with both fists. Although she was a qi refinement warrior, the current Li Zhongying's aura was like a rainbow. Whether it was her killing aura or her sturdy physique, it was completely not inferior to the full force attack of a pure martial artist of level 4 or 5. Li Zhongying first used the sword cultivator's means to defend, then used the Daoist's ground shrinking technique to shift, and then directly used the military school's techniques to face the enemy head-on. It was an eye-opener. The way she walked, it was as if she had gathered the strengths of 100 schools of thought, smelted in a furnace. She was very ambitious and had very high aspirations. The two simple and unadorned fists collided, fists colliding with fists. There was only a loud sound in the air. Yu Lu did not move. Li Zhongying retreated a few steps, her arms drooping, her face slightly pale, her face full of disbelief. Yu Lu continued to close in, showing no signs of stopping while he was ahead. An old sigh sounded in the library. It was not close to the place where the two were fighting, a full 200 feet away, separated by many bookshelves, starting from a wall. Then a snow-white sword light lit up, the 3 feet white light rushed forward, bypassing a row of bookshelves. After flying along the corridor, it bypassed the bookshelves again, passing by Li Zhongying's side as fast as lightning, heading straight for Yu Lu. The tall youth did not stop. At the critical moment, he leaned to the side, dodging the white rainbow flying sword, and continued to run forward in a strange posture. There was a hint of anger in the old voice. Still not stopping. The 3 feet white rainbow light that brushed past the tall youth paused slightly. It did not turn the sword tip, and just used the sword hilt as the sword tip, flying backwards. It was clear that the elderly sword cultivator hiding in the dark knew that even if he was skilled in controlling the sword to his heart's content, once he turned the flying sword around, the delay of this short period of time was still extremely likely to hinder the opportunity, causing that scholar from the Great Sway to truly be injured. Therefore, he did not care about paying attention to any sword technique style. The flying sword swept towards the tall youth's back with an even faster speed. Yu Lu leapt up, 1 foot stepping on the bookshelf on the right, borrowing the momentum to move forward, not only dodging the sharp flying sword coming straight at him from behind, he also smashed a fist towards Li Zhongying's head. After the sword cultivator decisively attacked, Li Zhongying was already prepared for the worst, silently reciting a line from the Confucian classics from the Sage of Rites. The moment Yu Lu stepped on the bookshelf, in this floor of the library, many bookshelves trembled slightly at the same time, scattered in all directions. From all the ancient books that recorded the teachings of the sage, a string of white words flew out, instantly arriving. The words were big or small, written in regular script, seal script, or running script. In an instant, they all came in front of Li Zhongying. Finally, in front of Li Zhongying, it turned into a stream of words, flowing slowly, shining brightly. Although the stream was small, it emitted a sacred and vast aura. The tall youth who was rapidly falling from the sky, his expression was normal, and still punched her head. He directly broke the stream. 1 punch broke the stream in half, smashing all the words into pieces. Yu Lu's kick landed on Li Zhongying's abdomen. Li Zhongying, who was recognized as the #1 student in the academy in terms of knowledge and cultivation, was sent flying several feet away, falling into the aisle between 2 rows of bookshelves. After landing on the ground, she still slid more than 10 feet, enough to show the strength of this kick. A grey-robed old man appeared beside Li Zhongying. The flying sword that returned without any results hovered near the old man's shoulder. The tip of the sword pointed at the murderer across the aisle. The old man squatted down, his face panicked, and hurriedly took Li Zhongying's pulse. The injury was not light, but fortunately, there was no danger to her life. But the young sage who fell to the ground was a rising star, a talent that even the central officials of the Great Sway Kingdom had to treat with respect, the future of the Great Sway Kingdom without any doubt. He could not help but raise his head to glare at the tall youth. How can you be so vicious at such a young age? Do you know? The old man quickly stopped scolding. Because the tall youth was still moving forward slowly, even if he had hurt someone, even if the old man had appeared, he still had no intention of stopping. Yu Lu shook his wrist, his sleeve swaying slightly, then he continued to fold his sleeves with both hands, strolling leisurely in the aisle, smiling. The reason is that Li Huai has not found the clay figurine, that Li Baoping heard the insults, and that the person who should apologize did not even make a fart. Yu Lu paused slightly, seeming to walk slowly, but in fact, the distance between them was closing at an extremely fast speed. It is not because of Li Zhongying's understatement, the so-called not to fight based on personal feelings. Of course, it is not because of Senior C viewing realm, this flying sword that always comes late, one step behind. The old man was so angry at the tall youth's shameless provocation that his beard and hair stood up. He hurriedly fed Li Zhongying an elixir, then stood up, laughing out of anger. Good, good, good. This old man wants to see if you can still reason when you are lying on the ground later. Yu Lu smiled and shook his head. I lost. Of course I won't say a word of nonsense. When the time comes, there will naturally be a guy who will reason for me. Well, maybe it will be a little late. Who asked him to temporarily not be here? As the old man stood up, the flying sword also slowly rose, continuing to hover beside the shoulder of the famous sword practitioner of the Great Sui Kingdom. However, the old man still seemed to be worried about Li Zhongying, looking down, full of melancholy. The youth's fist technique was extremely strange. At first, Li Zhongying did not seem to have hurt her bones and vitality, and even the old man did not think it was a serious injury. However, after feeding her the high-grade elixir, he saw the real mystery. Li Zhongying's sea of qi did not slow down, but showed signs of becoming more and more turbulent and uncontrollable. It was extremely dangerous for the seawater to flow backward. It was difficult to cultivate the cave realm of qi cultivators, and even more difficult to consolidate. Because once the enlightenment was decided, it meant that the body's aperture acupoints had to accept the external Reiki, but it also formed a dangerous situation of seawater flowing backward because the external Reiki had to be absorbed from the countless chaotic qi activities of heaven and earth. The enlightenment was like the battlefield of the secular world. The defending side gave up the only advantage and took the initiative to open the door to meet the enemy, which was easy to be defeated by the powerful enemy. Once the seawater flowed backward, the body's aperture acupoints and meridians were like towns and roads, sinking into a deep flood, barren land, and unable to recover from the setback. Therefore, the cave realm was the real first threshold on the path of cultivation. It was even more difficult than breaking through the lower 5 realms to the 6th realm. Many cultivators, especially the unorthodox ones and the qi cultivators of small sects who did not have any backing, were afraid that if they failed to reach the cave realm, they would completely lose their foundation to become immortals. Therefore, they had been staying in the last realm of the lower 5 realms. Cultivation went against the natural law and went against the current. Especially the word against the current, it was really full of bumps and sorrows. The old man was the secret bodyguard of the Great Sui Kingdom sent by the imperial court to Li Zhongying. If Li Zhongying's realm was damaged and her future was ruined, he would be the first to blame. Yu Lu smiled and asked, Senior, are you in a dilemma? Do you want to save Li Zhongying first, or beat me down? The old man was so angry that his teeth itched. The question of the tall young man was like hitting the weak spot of a snake, which made the old man who was used to storms even angrier. He was a qi cultivator of the sea viewing realm, and also a sword cultivator. The two words sea viewing came from the meaning of I climb the tower to view the rivers, and when I enter the sea, it will be in my arms. The Reiki of heaven and earth began to expand the meridians of the human body, like the rivers that eventually entered the sea, and like the official road that expanded the post house in the human world, the Reiki gradually condensed and sublimated, and began to nourish the body, thus allowing the cultivator to prolong his life. Ordinary qi cultivators of this realm could live up to 100 years old. A sword cultivator of the sea viewing realm, in the Aquarius continent, was already worthy of the reputation of a sword master. In the Great Sui Kingdom, even the high-ranking officials of the 6 ministries, such as the assistant ministers of the 6 ministries, may not be escorted by a sword cultivator of this realm when they leave the capital. He took a deep breath. The old man made up his mind to end the battle quickly, within 3 moves to determine the winner. Since Senior does not know how to choose, I will help Senior to choose. And the tall young man was even more arrogant and unreasonable. Still with the annoying smile and voice, he accumulated power and took 3 steps forward, each step more shocking than the previous. The bricks and stones were stepped on to make cracking sounds. You don't know if you should fight. I, Yu Lu, will force you to fight, so straightforward. The old man's pupils shrank, his heart moved. He saw that the tall young man's aura was not weak to begin with, but now it was a step further. His spirit was majestic, as if there was an ancient killing god's spirit in it. Even the old man's face showed a touch of horror. A martial artist of the 6th realm? The 15th realm of the Qi cultivator, and the 9th realm of martial arts, a battle between a Qi cultivator and a pure martial artist of the same realm, excluding the sword cultivator and the military cultivator. If one were to exclude some of the Qi cultivator's heaven-defying treasures, then there was almost no suspense to the outcome. There were even martial artists of a lower realm who were seriously injured, or even beaten to death, and Qi cultivators of a higher realm. But although the old man was shocked, he was not afraid at all. Because he was an experienced sword cultivator with many years of accumulation, he was at the 7th level of the Qi cultivator realm, the sea viewing realm. If he did not leave a way out and insisted on killing, even if he was facing a martial artist of the 6th realm. It was really just one move. So the old man sneered, "If you want to die, I will not really let you die because of the rules of the academy, but let you only have half of your life left, no harm." The tall young man who rushed forward seemed to be fighting to the death, but in fact, his eyes were playful, and he said in his heart, "I beg you to be more powerful." Abandoning the official road, Chen Pinggan brought the two children to cross the mountains together. To be precise, the little boy in green showed his huge true body of more than 100 feet and carried Chen Pinggan across the mountains and rivers. An unexpected surprise was that Chen Pinggan discovered that he could also practice the hands-hand manual on the back of the water snake. In the beginning, he often slipped and walked incongruously. Over time, Chen Pinggan could make the water snake deliberately shake its body and still walk as if it was flat ground. The girl in pink was not qualified to ride the water snake. She could only carry the book box and run at the side, clapping and cheering for her master. On this day, Chen Pinggan found a mountaintop to rest. The three of them gathered around the bonfire, and the green-clothed little boy began to nag again. "Master, you're not young anymore. Do you want to take in a few concubines, beautiful maids, or servant girls?" Chen Pinggan put his hands close to the bonfire, and the light of the fire shone on his dark face. He shook his head and said, "No." The little boy in green reached into the bonfire, and the water snake grabbed a wisp of flame and then extinguished it little by little, making a crisp sound like soybeans collapsing. "Why?" "Master, don't worry, not only do they not accept betrothal gifts, they are also willing to bring their own rich dowry. Master, are you not tempted by this kind of business?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "I am not tempted." The little boy in green was confused. He extinguished a wisp of flame and grabbed another one. "Why?" Chen Pinggan smiled and did not speak. The little boy in green clicked his tongue and said, "Master, you have a girl you like." Chen Pinggan glared at him. The little boy in green whispered, "Master, it is not shameful for you to like girls, but it is scary to like men." All of a sudden, his face was full of splendor. He pretended to be coy as he said, "Master, you see, I actually have delicate features." Chen Pinggan's scalp went numb, and he waved his hand and ordered, "Disappear." As the little boy in green ran into the distance, he said fiercely to the girl in pink, "Silly girl, did you secretly bring any rouge or powder? Lend it to me." Chen Pinggan reached out and held his forehead. These days were tough. Later on, as usual, Chen Pinggan looked for the little boy in green to spar with him and train his body. Even though the little boy in green did not behave in a proper manner, he was more than enough to deal with Chen Pinggan, who was at the 2nd realm of martial arts. Even if Chen Pinggan's realm was much higher than that of ordinary martial artists, Chen Pinggan's punches on the little boy in green did not hurt him at all. On the other hand, his punches would cause a landslide if they landed on Chen Pinggan. At first, the little boy in green did not control his strength well and caused Chen Pinggan to be sent flying far away, crashing into a tree as thick as a thigh. The little boy in green was so scared that he thought that he was definitely going to die. However, after Chen Pinggan recovered, he still wanted the little boy to continue punching him. Today, Chen Pinggan had just formed a fist stance and had not really punched, but the little boy in green was already rolling on the ground dozens of times. The little boy in green stood up and patted the dust off his body, praising, "Master, your punches are so ferocious. It's so scary." The girl in pink squatted in the distance, watching with her mouth agape. She had heard that the Imperial River Tyrant was violent, simple-minded and had a high cultivation level. However, she had not heard that he was such a shameless person. Chen Pinggan was used to it and sighed, saying seriously, "Stop fooling around." The green-robed child immediately stood on one leg like a golden rooster. He waved his hands wildly and made a strange sound from his mouth. Chen Pingan's face darkened and he turned back to sit by the fire. The little boy in green rushed back to his side in a fluster and smiled apologetically. "Master, don't be angry. I'll be serious later." Chen Pingan waved his hand. "It has nothing to do with you. I'm just thinking about something and can't calm down." The little boy in green replied, "We'll talk about it after you calm down." Late at night, Cliff Academy, at the foot of Mount Donghua, a young man in white started to climb the mountain slowly, sighing constantly. A voice quietly sounded in his mind. "What are you doing here?" Kui Dong said unhappily, "My master has something to do and I'm here to help." You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.